listen, the charts are bold. DD bands rapping stories untold. Riding with rockets through your AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. The pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with your AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Time to re-enlaw, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Oh, we just started. What's up, guys? Well, hello. Look who I got visiting me. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Good morning, friends. Yeah, Doc. You like this song? What's up, my half-gap boys? Hello. How you feeling?
Okay.
Wow. Thanks for the breakfast, babe. I've got hash browns today. What? 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 I'm just a fortunate guy. You know what you're doing. This girl's getting a Ferrari today. She's buttering me up. That's what's happening. Good morning, guys. Welcome to the show. It's avocados, eggies, and hash brownies. Good stuff. What's up? Hello, hello. What's up, my half-gap boys? Good to see you all here. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Good morning, TT Trading, ST Rising. Good morning. Old Simon Dean. What's up, Mickey? What's up, Mark and Vision? What's up, Fraser? A5. Adolfo, what's up? Good morning. Next Nostalgia, good morning. I'm gonna glass up a little bit. Do you have a good weekend, guys? Next Nostalgia, Arcada, what's up? Omega, what's up? What's up? What the heck? What's up? Good morning, Trading. Hack, what's up? Good morning, Arcade Gaming. Good morning, Arena. Hi, Rocket. yeah. Good morning, Traders here. VJ, what's up? Good morning. Mr. Zen, Miss Zen Supernova, you're a noob that joined last night on the boot camp. Congratulations. Oh my gosh. I heard that silly owner of Rocket Scooter came in and Donated a bunch at the end, that goofy boy. I think they donated a bunch last night. I was watching most of the time. I was working on prop score a lot, but we were watching the whole time. Welcome to the show. A bunch of new faces here. Welcome. Good morning. Hit that like button. Don't forget, first thing you do, don't forget to sub to the channel. We're live. Tons of giveaways today. Tons of crazy stuff. Million challenge commences. I'll tell you, got all kind of stuff to talk about a little bit. 98 sir. Good morning. Ali, what's up, bud? T-Woot. What's up, Snail? Good morning. I got the song playing. The song that we want to hear. Market go down, right? You guys remember last week when I told you guys I'm not wrong. I'm just early. So I'm not wrong. The market gaps down over the weekend. I still have my position in my big account, so I'm not entirely unhappy with that. But I would like to have concluded the small account challenge because as of Friday, I was shorting pretty big as the market just sort of like didn't do anything, and then there's the 300 points. The position I had on Friday, that would have been about 400 grand if I'd have closing the gap down, but could have, would have, should have. But I'm still like I'm still in a swing from the from the big accounts, and that one's still cool. I just held since last one. It was a Wednesday, I think. Today's your daughter's birthday, Wags. Oh, awesome. And then good morning for everybody else. We have to finish the list here. Cherry 007, good morning. Ryan Wade, hello. Mahmood, good morning. Good morning, M&M's. Good morning, Real. Sharp Trades, good morning, Spencer. Adam Doss, good morning, Wags. C. Sisti, Mickey, Arferna, Bootsoli, Matt Rob, Alex Hallen, Esteban Pena, Rocky Mountain, and everyone else. Good morning, love you guys. As a day trader, being early is the same as being wrong. Change your mind. Oh no, it's the same thing. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. No, it was that's a quote. I may be early, but I'm not wrong. That's quoting Christian Bale in The Big Short. I may be early, but I'm not wrong. How much are those premiums gonna cost us, Dr. Berry? 70 million. You motherfucker. Give me my fucking money back. Lawrence, we can't take withdrawals. I mean, give me my fucking money. Just remember that scene, right? Good morning, everybody else. Oh yeah, all right, let's get to it. Welcome to the show, guys. My name's Matt. I'm CEO and founder of Rock Scooter Trading Platform. You guys know us through Brad, through Neon. I'm the morning streamer. I'm doing a 100K to 1 million challenge, fully live and transparent. I'm currently close to like the 650-ish mark, somewhere in there. I've taken 2 withdrawals since then to kind of cut the balance back, just to keep the risk low, because Donald Trump can say something at any moment in time and market goes all over the place. So to make sure I do a little bit of risk management, practicing what we teach in boot camps called account partitioning, to get that risk sort of sidelined a little bit in case the market nukes the account. I still got all the money on the side, so way to do it. Really dragging your feet with this. I would have been at 2 million by now. I know. You would think so, right? You would think I would already be there. I've been trying to think about shorting half gap. Now this happened while I was still in bed, but half gap is 155 on Nasdaq. Let me talk about that really quick. Yeah, everyone in a normal market, yeah, I would have probably been at the million within a month. But as we all recall, this wasn't much of a normal market. This was more of a kick you in the face every other day market. And so the challenge, if you're just tuning in, we started the challenge back in kind of like mid-December, somewhere back in here, or November, somewhere in here, during this like choppy nonsense. And that's kind of been the kind of blah part of it. And obviously like the exhaustion point of the war is what caused this little bit of turn the music down a little bit. The exhaustion point of the war is what caused this little V up. Now we're sitting across, like, from this screen, sitting here looking at this and saying, I don't understand what's going on, because the market has been trading down since December because economic data is bad. We get a little recap of what's been going on. Ever since the government shut down, we peaked on the rally, and then the gold thing happened, and then the Fed came through and said we're gonna have an amazing year, right? Things are gonna be fantastic. GDP is gonna go up, inflation is gonna come down, blah blah blah. And then earnings season came around, and every stock that popped ended up selling off. Made no sense, right? We were like, how are stocks selling off if everything's gonna be good? Walked with the commitment traders. Commitment traders also showed liquidation. I mean, didn't show liquidation at that time, which even made it more confusing. At the time, the asset managers between December and January were increasing their net. Oh, I'm sorry, it's off the screen. Increasing the net long position, right? Which means they were accumulating stuff. Didn't make any sense either. Huh. We're accumulating futures, yet every stock earnings that comes through is being selling off the top. Like, what's going on? Who's wrong out here? Fed says things are great, but stocks aren't rallying. Everyone's accumulating, but stocks aren't rallying. Accumulating futures and stocks aren't rallying. Then all of a sudden, the truth came through, and then we started coming lower. Now, what ended up happening was we found out through, as time went by, is that the Fed believed that tariffs are going to be passed through the consumer. The consumer that weren't going to be passed through the consumer. The consumer was going to experience a large amount of price change and things, so that they thought that the companies would absorb the tariffs, and that's pretty much all that Powell was saying in the last year. And as that was happening, get some water real quick. As that was happening, when the data started coming out, or sorry, when the earnings reports are coming out, these companies are like beating earnings expectations, but it doesn't make any sense that they're going to be absorbing these tariff costs. If they were beating expectations, shouldn't they be missing these earnings expectations, right? So they weren't eating these tariff costs after all. It turns out that we were, as consumers, and there's just a logistical delay between when those tariffs hit the kind of front end of manufacturing, like imported prices, and then all the way down to the retail side. It takes 6 months to a year before we clean out inventory enough to get those orders coming through that are pricing that in. So now we're finally experiencing that, and the truth came out, and all the data has been coming out in the last couple months really bad, like almost borderline recession bad. And everybody knows me as being like super duper perma bull, right? Well, it's because the market's mostly bullish, but right now I'm extremely bearish-ish on this market, and doesn't mean I'm going to come in and blindly short this, but I think the market's got to come down. And so here's really why I'm thinking this. Couple of things, right? I mean, you can look at a lot of the data that's been coming through. So first of all, the Michigan one-year inflation expectation is through the roof. Now we can see that Jay Powell and everybody was wrong about the tariffs. It just took this long for us to see them in effect, right? You can see right here. Hold on, let me get my pencil tool here. A little pre-market warm-up. If you guys are just new to the channel, hit that like button really quick. We always start off with a little pre-game economic chat, get our heads straight, kind of wrap our minds around what's going on in the market. So, right, here's where tariffs were announced, and then here's where we believe the companies were going to absorb most of it, and then here's many months later when it actually didn't happen. So the Michigan numbers and everyone else are expecting some pretty nasty inflation into the year, right? So this is kind of in the mid 4s. That's actually a big pop. That's the one-year expectation. I think I got the 5-year here. The 5-year also went up, which shows about a 3.4%. Now, a CPI sort of 3.5%, pretty high, right? The Fed wants PCE to be 2%. So Michigan inflation numbers pretty much higher than they ever were, even in the 2022 post-COVID inflation, right? So this is pretty high. So everything started like turning the other way, which, okay, that's just inflation, and tariffs are probably short-lived. It's a one-time thing. Yeah, so maybe it'll just come and go really quick. Yeah, probably. But then this happened, and this is what blew my mind. The U.S. Michigan consumer sentiment numbers are the lowest, 47.6, that they've ever been in the history of the Michigan numbers since the beginning of fucking time. So again, since 2022, we had that little bit of a recession and we came out of it, but then it's like as low as it's ever going to be, as ever been. And I'm just completely blown away. Like, what's causing this to be so low in the history of ever? Forever. Forever, ever? Forever, ever? Forever. Oh, you know what they need to remake? They need to remake The Sandlot. Now that I'm saying that, it'd be great if they got everybody together, right? Picture this, guys. They got everybody together from The Sandlot. They're all old now. They all live in the same neighborhood, and now their kids are all playing baseball. And some, big corporate thing wants to come turn their old Sandlot into like a strip mall or something. and they got to play, their kids got to play against their kids, and the winner gets to keep the Sandlot. I mean, can we not do that? Why are we not rebooting the Sandlot? Of all the reboots we're having, I'd watch it. You know, Benny the Jet's like the coach, you know what I'm saying? Just think about it. Just think about it. I got a script written. If you guys know anyone in Hollywood, just let me know. I already got the script written. That's right. And one of the running jokes is they have to talk to their kids about the great Bambino, and the kids are all on their phones. They're like, who's Babe Ruth? You don't know who the Bambino is? You know, like, because, you know, kids these days are out of touch. Anyways, I digress. Yeah, and so forever, right? We haven't seen the Michigan consumer sentiment numbers this low. It's bad. On top of that, the GDP quarter-over-quarter growth numbers came out really bad too. I'm talking like a 0.5%. Now let me see if I can open those really quick. All right. Where was, let's see, last week. GDP is back here, I think on Thursday or whatever day it was. This quarter-over-quarter growth there. Let's look at PCE core. Oh, that's the price index. There's GDP. Or PCE and then PCI. Okay. So here, right? It's prices. So GDP price index is higher, right? The price index is going up. Prices are going up. The GDP itself, quarter-over-quarter growth rate, is in decline for the third read in a row. Now, again, let me tell you how you read this. If this is negative, it means the actual GDP is coming down. It's a growth rate. When this is at 0, it means GDP is stalling and flat. We're getting very close to what I'm calling like a market, like an economic stall. You know, things aren't really growing right now. Jolts are coming down and people aren't getting their jobs back. Companies are eliminating jobs for whatever reason you believe that's happening, AI or inflation or whatever. People aren't going back to work as easily. So 3 of the 4 Fed mandates are kind of cooked right now. PCE inflation is up, core PCE inflation is up. Jobs data is kind of iffy. And then of course, GDP is coming down. It's the only thing that's not too terrible yet, but it's getting there, right? Seeing GDP in a big decline is really bad. We have not seen GDP growth rate at a 0.5 since the tariffs were announced or since the last recession. So like I said, this is what happens when you're stalling. You really don't see it that low whenever markets are really nice and solid and bullish. You see at least like 1% or so growth per year is pretty average. So 0.5 is really a nasty. No, Pickle. What's up, girl?
Reading.
What's up, boy? Guys, I got a surprise for you. I got a surprise for you. A wet dog. Why are you so wet, boy?
He's going outside. Probably.
Everybody. Say hello, Pickle. What's up, big boy? Oh. How you doing?
He's so cute. You gotta stop feeding him things, man.
All right. Go to mom.
Oh, see? Oh, he turned right around back around.
All right. See you later, babe. Y'all love Pickle, don't y'all? Okay. Well. Oh my God. Anywho, economy slowing down, guys. That's what we have to think about. And let me see what's going on here. Economy slowing down, and it's getting to the level of things are kind of getting weird. So when you finally, like, to finish off our little pre-market speech here, when you do load up the CME Fed Watch, which is a chart that kind of distributes the 30-day Fed funds futures contracts, and you can kind of see how people are lined up. This is the first time in many years that we have seen the current target rate distribution, where the majority of the population is on the left side of the chart, which is meaning that the small probability anything happens is actually a rate hike. Usually this is over here and there's a small probability of a cut. This, for the first time, is flipped to the other side. There are traders now voting there's a potential probability for a rate hike. This is where I think we're going. Like, the Fed is less likely to cut rates as time goes by. Now there's even people betting they're going to raise rates. Because inflation, right? We got to get inflation under control. And it's such a variable. Even though the tariffs aren't going to be like a sustainable problem, Still though, with these GDP numbers collapsing, the economy stalling out, jobs market, you know, kind of weird, inflation going up, you know, Fed's probably not going to cut rates this year. And you can look at the probabilities on this chart too, and see how they're distributed. You can see that there is only there's 3.5, 375 is where we are now. Quarter of a point, which is the increment that we're getting. Powell said like a year ago that we're not going to get any half point or greater cuts. We're going to get a bunch of quarter cuts. That's it. So chances of us getting one cut is never greater than 50% even in the next year. It's completely deteriorated. Sorry. Sorry. Let me start that over. September is likely. Hold on, wait. Let me read this. 426. This is a probability. Yeah, there's never a probability where we jump to greater than 50% chance for a cut at all anymore. It's more likely we don't get any cuts. If you read this that way, we're kind of screwed if we don't raise rates. Somebody said. I kind of agree with that. I think we're kind of like screwed. All right, let's get right to the charts. All right, where my half gap boys set. Okay, we are at. Let me get hedge pressure and everything marked on the chart really quick. 237, that's up here, and 206 was my big short target from last week. Remember, that's where I want to hit. I want to hit this. Now we're bouncing on DD band because we're likely going to have a positive ratio. If you guys are just tuning in from Bradshaw, he probably described this to you last night and said, wait till the morning. Matt will teach you everything about it. So whenever the market opens, Rocket Scooter is going to print out a bunch of numbers here. When this DD ratio is it's a number that we use for confluence for this DD band. It's a very high probable, high volume pivot. You know, so almost every single time it's a high volume pivot. Much every time. Let's be real. Here's the volume at the tap. Now, when this ratio is greater than half, this is going to act as support. When it's less than half, it'll act as resistance. The yellow line is a longer term resistance pivot that I'm going to be looking for as a place to short from. For like this greater fundamental bet. Now let's see where my let's mark our half gaps up on the chart. So this is going to mark the halfway point between yesterday's close and today's open and future. So 156. That's it right there. Okay, let me do S&P. Already did it here. 68.21. Okay, we're there. So gap feels very probable, but MHP bounces is probably what we're likely going to see. So 68.42 as a rejection point there on the S&P. Let me see if I have any yellows to short from. 68.36 and 42. So they're all basically right here. So there's resistance pivot. For me being like my greater fundamental bear that I want to be, this area is resistance, which means we don't fill the gap. I think that, you know, as we rode up in expiration on Friday, it just made no sense why the market, I mean, we absorbed this horrible CPI, horrible GDP, horrible PC, and the market still was like going straight up. Made no sense. But I think you just get on that coasting point where VIX is collapsing in expiration and they're just going to squeeze everybody's puts out. And of course, you know, the war stuff going back and forth with Iran. I think that's getting a little bit exhausting. I think Wall Street's kind of almost done trading that. She's super early. Yeah. Oh, with the breakfast. Oh yeah. The car. So we went out there Friday to work out a deal, and so we got a deal on the car, but obviously it's like we were not going to take it home immediately. We ran out of time on Friday, but we do have a deal, so we will be coming home with another car probably tomorrow. They're getting all the paperwork done, and they're going to send us whatever today. So remember guys, as Brad has instructed you, to tickle the like button. The more likes we have, the more giveaways we'll do on the stream. Any new announcements? Oh yeah, so Prop Score open beta, which is everybody here in the YouTube stream, will commence a week from today. So kind of like, you know, keep your ears peeled, your eyes open. Let me give you guys a Twitter link. That way you can actually, hold on, let me see here really quick. All right, let me give you guys my Twitter really quick for the new prop score. Stay tuned for the announcements there. Everything will be on this Twitter. Everybody feel free to go over here and follow this Twitter account, please. No purple lines today? No, not today. Not today. Not today. We've already passed through half gap, so it's already, because when you gap down, you consider the half gap that sort of nuke a cat, or like, you know, wash a catalyst away sort of thing. So the new website is going to come out in a week from now. So basically, prop score is a comparison tool for prop firms, but it's not like a ranking site based on like my favorites. It's a mathematical model that looks at return on investment against price you pay, time and market difficulty, payout conditions, payout frictions. All this is built into a giant like auditing score, like a credit score. And it'll tell you the worthiness of a prop firm based on its offering. So anytime they change a rule, add a plan, have a deal, the scores are going to modify. So at any given point in time, when you're going shopping for props, you'll be able to put them side by side and see which firm actually is better at that moment. Plus, you'll be able to program it with your own trading stats. And it filters that into the risk model that talks about the failure rate and the difficulty based on how you trade. So somebody that has a 10% win rate or somebody has a 90% win rate, the score is going to be different for different people, which is what the coolest thing about it is. So you go there, program how you trade. What kind of trader are you? We have 3 different models now. One model is going to look for the quickest, lowest payout you can get. One model is going to look at the expected best day, and one model is going to look at the best month. So if you're like, I want to get the most money out of this every month that I can, use that model. If you're like, man, I'm struggling to get any kind of payout, I just want the quickest payout I can get to make at least something, we're going to use the other model. So which firm is better for which type of trader? Immense amount of flexibility. We've been building this thing for going on 6 months now, working the model out. Now we're in the closed beta for Rocket Scooter members only. Next Monday, everybody here in this stream will be able to play with it. And so it's a free service, by the way. All this effort we're putting into it comes from you guys supporting our community, supporting Neon, supporting Brad, being here, using our codes whenever you guys are buying prop firms. The money that comes in from that is paying for the employees and the company to manage its own thing. So we're doing a massive give back from all the affiliate use. If you guys would love to support that, continue having it be a free service, just use our codes everywhere with all our prop partners around town. We have a code with everybody now. So any prop firm out there, we got a code for. So you'll be able to just throw it in there, give us a tip, and keep this ball rolling. All right, so we said low investor confidence is never good. It never really is, right? Funded Next is back to paying 100% now, you said? I got to kind of let me look at this real quick. I don't see it updated in my end, so maybe I'll have to see. Let me double check my No, my team hasn't alerted me of anything like that. Not sure. Even Apex is ranked on there. Let me show you guys a little bit of how it will look. So we're really excited about it. So you'll be able to go in here and just like basically program some stats. And like an example is, what's the max I can make in a month? And you can say that like I failed 20 times before I failed 5 times before I pass an eval, and I fail 5 fundeds before I get a payout. And my day trading is I'll make up a number, 55% win rate. And I like to trade like 1.5 to 1 trades and throw it all in there. Which firm gives me the best max monthly payout on these conditions that I put in? And the answer is Funded Next, right? And then when they have a current deal and a current sale all going on right there, you'll be able to see who's actually ranking higher. There's a 5-point scoring system based on reviews, price per time market, drawdown per price, ROI score, and simplicity score. And then you'll have all the information here for you. Pretty neat. You can see when any firm has a sale where they ranked. You said even Apex. Yeah, Apex is generally ranked near the bottom. Now you can rank end of the day versus trailing versus static, put them all in their own category. As you see, like somebody has even Apex. Apex is the AI has it tagged as needs improvement. So one of the, obviously the worst end of the day drawdown because they have You know, you look at it, they've got DLL and consistency and funded and all that stuff. It's really bad. But then like funded next, my funded futures, top step. Now in the beta, we only have like 9 firms programmed, but by the time we launch, we'll have about 50 something programmed in here. So and obviously the math is ranked kind of what you'd expect. Now, if I were to change some of the parameters around, like default model, they have a default risk model we use. It obviously ranks my funded futures on the default, and take profit and top step, which are widely known as being some of the, you know, obviously the best 3 or 4 out there. So this is kind of expected. Anything above 8 on our score is better than average. 9 is great. 9.1 is great, etc. And it tells you, the AI tells you best in class, things like that. For minimum payout, right? You can go here and say, what's the minimum payout I can do? Take profit becomes in the lead, right? And you say like, well, how is take profit in the lead on min payout? Well, if you know, like an example for the 150K accounts, take profit, you can make $10,000 in a day, and then you can take even up to the buffer and quickly take a payout at the buffer. So you can take like 45% or $4,500 out at 50% reduction. Means you can make, you know, what is it, $2,250 in a day. It's pretty good for a daily payout. So that's why, like in the default, min payout, take profit is the best. The quickest, best payout you can get is obviously take profit. That's why they're one of the best sellers. And so this actually tells you all of that, and it's all done mathematically, and this is going to completely break the prop firm industry. So we're excited to show this and share this with you guys. It is a free service, 100% free. So that's my favorite part about it, is I kind of designed the business portion so that you guys don't have to pay for it. You just keep using our code, and that money that we get from affiliate bucks is going to go into supporting that effort, so it can still be free for you guys. What somebody said in chat, PW told people that he makes more on affiliate than on trading. I would say that's everybody. I'm not surprised there. That's everybody, really. That's a Instagrammer, TikToker, YouTuber, Twitter person. They all make more money in affiliates than trading. I could probably name like 5 people that make money trading in general. They make a lot of money in general of all social media. What's my Top Step code? We don't have a code for Top Step. Nobody has a code for Top Step, unfortunately. They got rid of affiliate program a couple years back. Rabbit accounts are so unique, no buffer, and they remove payout max cap after 5 days when most would move to live 1 day pass. Yep, it's a really cool program. Rock Skier's been epic for you. Awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it. Am I looking for any more social media moderators? How's the channel is growing? You'd love to help more? I right-clicked on your name. I've got a couple options. Remove from chat. Put user in timeout. Hide user on this channel. Or add moderator. Let's take a vote. If it was up to Farina, you'd be gone. But looks like the mod gods have bestowed upon you blue text privileges. Welcome to the team, Kyle. I'd love to have you here, bud. You had a 25% chance of getting the mod. There were 3 or 4 options. The other 3 are pretty much ban you in some capacity. So let's bring you onto the team, sir. Appreciate. Yeah. Growing Civic. Last night was Brad's biggest stream ever. That was crazy. Huge. Pretty soon I'll be working for that guy. I better start being nice to him now so he doesn't fire me. Jesus. It was huge. At first I thought he got botted. I was like, there's no way this is real. It's 100% real. I looked at it. Here's what happened. Market was crashing. Everybody decided to watch somebody, and he was the only person online at the time. Pat got off for a little bit, then immediately got off, and when Pat got off, his numbers went up. and Dakota didn't come on for another hour. And when Dakota came on, his numbers dipped, and then Dakota got off really quick and his numbers went right back up. So apparently Brad was just right there at the right time and everybody was there. So I was like, okay, I thought I got on it. But then when Dakota got off and his numbers went right back up, then it just kind of showed that you guys were curious what's going on with the market. No one was online. So y'all got introduced to the channel. And it was so good to see so many faces. So welcome to the show. If it's your first time here in the morning, I'm Matt. I am the creator and CEO of the Rock Scooter, the whole organization. I'm a live trader. I'm currently doing a 100K to a million challenge. I'm up close to like 650,000 profit on the 100K start, and I've taken pretty much all of it out but 200 and something. So I'm sitting there flat. So last withdrawal, I made it to 500, took out 3, and now I'm sitting here at 2. We're going to short along today. I'm back to wanting to short this. Now, I think like future's going to have a gap fill. Let me mark them on the chart really quick. 68, 63 S&P. Let me just mark it with like what's up here? I'm just going to try to mark it with like a white line. I think yellow line short is pretty much what I want to do. So if we open up here in 20 minutes, half gap tap, we've got yellow line, we've got MHP, like all of this is short area. Now I kind of like, maybe I should start building even now. But I don't know. We'll have to see what DD ratio is, because if DD ratio was like a 0.3 or 0.2, we're going to open and just nosedive. And I kind of want to be prepped for it. You know what I'm saying? We'll see what happens. We'll beat the other streamers in no time, somebody said. Oh yeah, we're huge. We're getting there. Let me mark this NASDAQ gap fill as well. 258. So these are up here. Okay. So I'm just gonna mark with some text. This is how did this turn to like a pinky color? Okay, NQ gap fill. I just realized I have like the jams playing. All right, I'll let you guys vote. Is it too early for jams? Do you guys want chill, lo-fi, elevator music, or do you want some like energy for this morning? How are y'all feeling today? Normally I've got the lo-fi stuff playing. I wanted to play Market Please Go Down on Me, but jams always chill, lo-fi. See, it's always a mix-up, right? It's like 50-50. Oh my God. Can't I see it? All right. Here's what we're going to do. We'll play the jams for a little bit. Then once we start rocking, then we'll bring up some, the jams. How about that? I realized when I was talking earlier, trying to have a serious conversation with the team about the economic data, it's like, please go down on me. And I'm like, okay, it's kind of hard to take someone seriously, you know, with sexual market songs. So Boston bearish, pretty much I would say, yeah, at least for me, like I still think that the market's got to get back down to trying to price in some of that bad data we've got coming through. Now I think that this is going to try to make a really solid attempt to fill the gap. So bouncing on DD band today and holding and having a, you know, basically a stable open. We'll see exactly what we get. I think best case scenario would be that somehow market pops to here. Resiliences are, you know, pretty much 0 or less than 0. Ratios less than half. And then I can just short at the gap fill. We fail 206 and then we just die for the day. That'd be kind of nice. Now, another scenario is that the market just opens like this and then sort of like bucks around in here until it does something. But I think I want to still take stabs in this area right here, and S&P equivalent is about this area here. Now, if S&P were to fill its gap all the way on futures, we'd climb all the way up to there. SPY closed there on Friday, futures closed there on Friday. A full gap fill would be to there, which would, you know, you'd expect to see that if it was bullish. But my first thought is, if there's a gap fill, I'm immediately going to play a short off of it, at least to there. At least to there. I mean, that's an easy play. We've already bounced on DD band, so if we fall there again, I don't know if I want to take it. Like if we immediately drop at the open, I don't think I'm going to buy. What I do want to do is see what the market's, turns out to be at the open. You love when I draw on ES. Does that make you happy? Well, I don't mind drawing on ES for you guys. The bands will make our dance. 150k subs. We got 150k subs this weekend. That's crazy. That's super crazy. I'm so excited about that. A couple more announcements. So Rocket Scooter right now is inside of Go Charting. We've just started the procedure to get Rocket Scooter inside of NinjaTrader now. So that's what we're working on. Hey Sonic, what's up? Good morning. That's what we're working on now, to get Rocket Scooter inside of NinjaTrader. And after that, we're going to do wealth charts, and then we're going to do Trading View. So that we'll have our tools in all these other platforms. Ours is different because it's not like it's written in a scripting language that can be loaded into a trading platform on the front end. Ours is all server fed, so we have to create APIs and work directly with these companies. So like we're working with NinjaTrader's tech team, Go Charting's tech team, to create an API to distribute the indicators to the charts from our servers. So a little bit different procedure for us to we can't just go out there and create like some Pine scripts. So that's cool. We've been working on that. This year we should be in like a bunch of major platforms, which is cool. Oh yeah. Friday I get new glasses because these mofos are scratched up. You can't even believe, man, how scratched up these are. Hold on, let me text iDoc real quick. Hold on. Too early for chill music, need to wake up. Okay. You only need 28 bucks to pass the eval. I hate when it's that close. You know how many times I've had like $6 to a finish line when I'm trading props, and then that ends up blowing up the account? You know, so you got like, how many times you've been right at the finish line and it's like, you know what, let me just throw a couple contracts at it. I need those extra 10 bucks. Then you're like, oh crap, it went down. Okay, let me add a few more. Oh crap, it went down. Let me add a few more, and then blew up. Somebody said play the Killers. Oh, I love the Killers. We can't play copyright music though. The YouTube algo will hate us for that. What's up, Tony? When the boot camp? When will the May class be? As soon as Prop Score launches, so probably the 1st or 2nd week of May, somewhere in there. Yeah. I would say that you wait till then if you want the lives, or you can watch the videos and then go. What most people do is they'll watch the videos immediately and then they'll come to the lives to go through it a second time, because the second time it really sticks. Gold is moving some energy this morning, waiting for it to consolidate. Right, let's take a look at gold and oil, because everything's pretty much moving. Gold is moving with the same sort of capacity that the index is moving. They look exactly the same. And of course, oil gapped up because, you know, we didn't leave this sort of weekend chat with Iran with any kind of, you know, furthering of any deal. So NQ close is what? 25,333. Maybe I marked the wrong thing. Hold on. 20. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. What the hell is this? 333. What the hell is? Oh, that's red lines. You're right. 333. Thanks, bud. All right, let's move this up here. See, this is what the boot camp's all about. You guys are trained. Even when I make a mistake, y'all let me know. Okay, NQ gap fill's up there. All right, let's get to know. Do I trade strictly on NinjaTrader? I do, for my challenge account. This is a NinjaTrader account. My big futures account is an AMP, so I trade in both those two places. Yeah, 14.5% consistency. Been trading for 23 days with one lot. Well, that's like slow and steady. It's pretty good. You keep your consistency low when you do that. Maybe blast a Roxy song one time to quick pump it up. I think I have a song that I want to hear. I think you guys will like. and you know where I'm going. You guys all know where I'm going with it. Type it in chat. You know where I'm going.
Catch the green wave, watch the profits grow. Chart swinging side to side. Other gurus, wild ride. Scooter tools, island breeze. Stacking bags with so much ease. Rocket scooter, ride the chill flow. Bag stacking high, while the candles glow. Half gap boy, sipping pina colada. Profit wave smooth, like cool reggae agua. Yeah. Stop loss tight, like a drum. Mad signals hit, here it comes. No stress.
Where are my half cap boys at today?
Scooters wisdom, reggae guide, rocket scooter.
You know the song? Somebody got it right.
The chill flow,
Half cap boys.
while the candles
Oh, this breakfast is so good. I'm so hungry.
sipping pina colada.
They're playing with half cap today. It's appropriate song.
Like cool reggae agua.
Wait. Rebel, what Sam?
The market sway.
Please help us support ticket.
Life we just trade and play. Green candles dance.
He supposedly traded 2-1 news on Friday and was in the middle of a long this morning. We bring you close to max payout. You screenshot proof. Wait. Which Robles? Which firm and like what happened? Friday was like, yeah, if they don't let you news trade, you gotta be careful. They're usually really strict. Firms are really strict about that. My fund in futures. Wait, you were news trading and like and it funded? Was it pro? Which one? Oh, you didn't trade it. You didn't. Oh, you didn't news trade pro account? Yeah, no positions open anywhere. Well, send it to them. It should be. They'll be easily take care of it if they made a mistake. So you have no positions open, and you can prove that. Just send it to them. They're reasonable there. They're denying it. You have no. Okay. First of all, there's nothing I can do in a situation like that, because if they said you news traded, I have no way to prove that you didn't. Even if you have a screenshot, their system will log a trade. So you have to have, you know, I guess this is what I'm saying. These prop firms, I'm not saying you're doing this, but here's how the prop industry works, right? You guys can fabricate any screenshot you want. They've got a system that monitors your trades. They're not in the habit of like denying people for not doing something, but they can make mistakes. If you have not news traded, but they're saying that you have, you can get the order logs from your Ninja Trader, from your Tradeovate, print those out, show the dashboard, all that stuff. But send it to me. I'll take a look at it. Are you saying there's stuff glitched and kind of made a mistake and is that's what's happening? Okay. I'll look into it and see what I can do. Usually in scenarios like that, there's usually nothing I can do. Unless you have like, if I can prove some kind of error in their system, that's one thing. Hello? What's up, baby? I feel like every time you walked in here, you're wearing a different outfit.
No, I just have gloves on now. That was in the middle of like.
Oh, thanks for making me matcha. Appreciate it. Are you working out?
I'll work out with you tonight.
Thanks, man. Print out your trading logs too from your Ninja Trader from each of the accounts that they're talking about. Timestamps and everything. You know what I'm talking about? Like go to your platform and then log in and download all that stuff. Yeah, screenshots are pretty like, worthless when it comes to proving your point, LSP has said. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Like, it's, again, it might be overkill for some people, but if you have a screen recording, that's always better. Like if you can back up your stuff with the video. A lot of times people, I'll take some prop firms perspective. A lot of people fabricate screenshots to try to prove their points, and they have their own evidence. People have their other, and it contradicts. Not saying you're doing that, but they usually will shrug off a bunch of screenshots. So you know, make a video of yourself logging into the platform, looking at the orders from that day. Send me a video. You know what I'm saying? Very compelling. How you pull up Tradeovate logs and the account closed? Oh, that's a good question. I guess you can't do that. Did I buy the Ferrari last week? No, today we're getting the paperwork today. We ran out of time on Friday to do everything. We went over there, we're gonna close the deal and kind of do everything. And then we're negotiating with the guy. Because we're buying on consignment, right? And the previous owner is in China. So the times were all different. We finally heard back from him and we got an agreement, but then we just didn't have any time to run everything. That, you know, the banks were closing and all that stuff. What's up, Seven Laws? My Fund in Futures is very strict with news trading, so especially on the pro accounts. So today, they're gonna do all the paperwork and stuff today. So probably by tomorrow, I'm gonna pick up the new car. So you guys just tuning in. IDOC and I are both are getting new cars this year. I got a new car back in December, which is really nice. You guys have seen my car. A bad boy, the new Aston Martin. That's what I got on in the beginning of December for me. And then IDOC and I were looking around for cars for her. Here's a better picture. Looking around for cars for her. And because she works at a pharmaceutical company, but she's about to, oops, let me load up the jams. We'll do jams this morning. I kind of being a little bipolar about this. I want to listen to jams. And we went and we're looking at, because she works at a pharmaceutical company. She's about to open a business to do a fitness studio. And so she's going to like transition into that. And one point, you know, that they give her a company car. You know, she's an eye doctor, but she works for pharmaceuticals. And they give her a company car. Eventually she's going to need her own car because they're going to take it back one of these days. So I was like, I'll get you a present as a congratulations on opening your new studio present. And then we went and looked, and she originally wanted a G-Wagon, but we got turned off by the whole she was like, they're so common, everybody has one now. So we were like, okay, so this is what I'm gonna get for her tomorrow, whenever. So yeah, I'm getting her a mint green Roma Spider. Look that's like perfect. If you guys know her, it's so nice. It's really, really nice. It's got like 800 miles on it. It's barely anything. The guy bought it, never drove it. Okay, we're opening in 5 minutes. All right. There's my yellow line. NASDAQ. Let's put a small position on it. I'm expecting to take a little bit of heat. If I got 37 points up on 8, 237 is about an $8,000, $9,000 drawdown. Should be fine. I'm going to build at least a position right here on the pop up with negative res. I'll short it back down from half gap. Yeah, like I think she wanted him until we went to the Mercedes dealership, and then she just like, we talked to the guy, and it was like, you know, he's like, oh, there's a wait list. There's like 150 people on it. And, you know, there's nothing new coming in. All the new stuff coming in is already accounted for. And if you want to build one, it's going to take 8 months. And we're just like, she's like, you know, everybody has one. I guess I don't want it. But you know what? Nobody has a mint green Ferrari Roma Spider. 0 people have that car in the entire fucking country. I've never seen that color on that car. So she's one of a kind. So she's like, I want this one. It's one of a kind. So that's the. It's pretty nice, even for like, you know, her style is not normally cars. She likes like SUV sort of things. So that one, 315 is what we agreed on before tax. Pretty much brand new price, even though it's a year old, kind of, but you really can't. All these, you know, Ferraris are always on consignment. You don't just walk in and buy one. And typically, you know, the owners try to get you, like, it's got almost no miles on it, so they depreciate probably 10 to 15%. Romas do in a 3-year period. So they hold their value pretty well. Most for other like rarer Ferraris usually go up in value, so you're not going to be able to talk them down a lot on it because they can get MSRP a year or two in, especially for like a nice one with no miles. There's demand for it. Is that original paint? Yep. So I was like, I was like, I wanted it at 3, and they were like, okay, we'll send it to him. He was like, no, he won't sell it at 3. I was like, but it's been sitting there for a year and a half, or a year, almost going on a year and a half. And he's like, yeah, he's not gonna sell it for 3. That's an absolute no. He doesn't need the money. I was like, well, what's the minimum he'll do? He's like, let me try for 315. I was like, fine. Cash down or car note. This one I'm going to put most of it down and finance a little bit, because you know, my last car was cash buy. You always seem to have some kind of payment so that you can keep your credit score high. If you don't have any payments and you cash buy everything, your credit won't go up. So since we're doing a lot of stuff this year that needs to kind of like rely on me having my credit score good, I need to still have a car payment. So I might finance like 50 to 100 of it just to have a monthly payment that I do on time and keep my, because I don't have revolving payments for anything. That's one of the things that you'll know about me is that I don't have, you know, I don't have debt. I pretty much just cash buy everything. But the thing is, you don't have debt, you don't have credit. You need credit to get loans. So this one I'll probably finance a little bit. Give me a monthly car payment of like $2,000 or something. The guy trying to sue Top Step. And that's silly, right? That is so dumb when I read that. First of all, Top Step has an arbitration clause and I looked, and they have also a anti-class action disclaimer waiver that you sign. So the judge is immediately going to throw it out. When this guy represented himself pro se and got ChatGPT to write him up a legal claim, claiming that Top Step is an illegal commodity pool, which is silly because these firms don't operate as a commodity pool. It's a shared asset pool. They open up individual brokerage accounts and give you power of attorney to trade them, just like your mom signing the form at Schwab to trade your brokerage account. It's completely legal to do that. They open an individual account, give you some money to trade with. So the guy's got no claim. The other stuff maybe, but they're gonna have to go to an arbiter because there's no way that the judge is gonna hear that if you both sign an arbitration clause. So judge is gonna throw that crap out. My thermos matches her car. Oh yeah, it does. That's true. But all right, there we go. That's where I wanted to be. All right, right at the open. Let's get to that MHP. Let's pop it. All right. All right. Watch me get squeezed on this one too. Negative 60 res. That's good. At least that's a start. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening, right? Where are my? Let me refresh the platform. My indicators aren't showing up. There it is. In a couple of minutes, all the ratios and stuff will pop up. We'll see. Below MHP is always a resistance. That's kind of what I waited all night for to trade off of. Scoot like you mean it? Heck yeah. So all we need to do is clear 206 and I'm good. All right, so this is bull long up. So right here, if you look over on liquidity map, hold on. This is bullish from hedge pressure. This is bullish from bull zone, but there's no pivot to trade from here except for the yellow line. That's it. So I'm doing yellow line short on S&P, Nasdaq area. So this is basically the longer term resistance. There is one. Same trade I wanted to make last week when I got squeezed on it.
The way the big money's making their trade. He'll show you the scalps and he'll show you the swing. He's the rocket.
Move this up over here. Watch me get squeezed to gap fill. That's my big fear. We'll see. Do me a favor, friends, and smash that like button. 197. Let me mark that there. Okay, half 57. DD ratio 67, so it might be a short-lived short. It's probably going to hold liquidity pockets there. If that goes below half, then I'm good for a big sell-off, but we'll have to see. Don't think I'm going to get... Maybe I'll get lucky. We'll see. NVIDIA. Okay, good. All right, let's take a look. NVIDIA, perfect. BRLD, NVIDIA, resistance 186 and a quarter to 185. So NVIDIA bounce to bounce is a good play if it does continue to sell. Good deal. Good deal. Oops. Let's scroll through the stocks really quick. Apple, not bearish, but not bullish. Kind of in the middle. Liquid. Meta, liquid. NVIDIA, bearish. The other three, liquid. Microsoft, also bearish. ABGO, bullish. I'm looking at these really quick. If you guys know how to read the liquidity maps off to the side, I'm just opening the chart and I'm looking at the kind of the direction really quickly. So like Google is bullish from here. Amazon, liquid. Tesla, bullish, but not even like from here, but like bull under support. So this is kind of good. Resiliences are all negative, which means half gap is resistance. So while it is trying to hold and support, people have good memories from last week. Half gap is resistance. Open is resistance. Yellow is resistance. When MHP res is negative, that's resistance. All of this is resistance. Here, 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 and here. So all four of the confluences are resistance. Now the exception, keep an eye out on this this orange line down here. Nasdaq's just went positive. So you've got some positive gamma here to go this way. I'd be very impressed to see this go all the way up to fill the gap. As bearish as data was last week, I'm so personally just like ultra super duper bearish myself. Let's double check monthly maps here. Monthly maps, we are opening in bull territory, but the bull side is yeah, we're good on S&P bullish. This is a 3-month outlook, so 3-month outlook is still not super bearish, but it's not like really strong bullish either. Nasdaq, ooh, Nasdaq monthly hedge pressure. Nasdaq is opening in bear territory on longer term. So Nasdaq does have that longer term bearishness on monthly maps. Cool. All right, keep an eye out today. If DD ratio stays greater than half, the market's still liquid enough to not crash out. It might just be a big solid dip. But I might get lucky. We'll see. With all these resistances in S&P, everything's pointing down. Downside today. This is an easy read, as easy as it gets. Textbook. They're all resistances here. They're all resistances here. Pretty textbook. Ryan North said, been looking for trying rocket scooter. Does it come with gamma levels, liquidity mapping, all that good stuff? 100%. It's all automated too, which is nice. See how the market just opened, everything popped up my chart. All of it's marked as resistances and supports. As the confluences change, it gives you the notes on the chart. The guide off to the right. The DD ratio being bullish is gonna make it hard to sell off though. Do you have numbers to Russell? We do. Yes, sir. A+ setup, yeah. Yeah, so right now you can see how it's resistance here and support here. So we're gonna have a really hard time selling off with all the supports here as well. That is one of the issues. While we do have support, 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 support. All through here. We've got resistance there, resistance there, resistance there. So it's gonna be a wide range. We're kind of in the middle of all of it. That's why I don't like taking this initial trade from the middle. There's very high probability that even if I am squeezed, it's like to there, and then it sells off, which I don't like. I hate days like this because you have to take a choice. Like this is the resistance pivot that could sell really hard, but it can also get squeezed and take a loss and have to enter a second time when they reclaim a yellow on the downside. So can I explain how we have a bull and long up? Well, that's just the layout of the landscape, right? It doesn't mean bullish from everywhere. It means you have two options. 1A is bullish at the open if you have the resilience confluence, which we don't. So let's eliminate this. 1B also has a long setup play from hedge pressure back to open, which is here back to there. So essentially, like me being short, I'd want to exit my short somewhere where that support is. Now, if we get close to this and we start losing some of these confluences, I might hold on for a break. Does that make sense? It really, like, liquidity map shows where the pressures are at certain points. It's not like the whole, I mean, there's a sort of a bullish wave sort of pushing this S&P as well. Like there's just sort of this like wave here that's kind of like floating it up. Right? Can't draw an arrow to save my life. Same thing here. But it's like the bullish pressure is the strongest right here. So anyways, up a little bit on this. We'll see how far it goes. 25,206 is a longer term yellow line pivot. You guys, these work pretty easily. So there are calculations that I do that allow me to find these longer term pivots from points in the past. 206 was calculated back on September the 5th of last year. So they're called margin buffer limit pivots. It's an exploit of something in the CME group. And way back here, when we calculate it, you can see just how strong this level is. We can forecast it. So on this day, we forecast the level. It's a whole badass trick that we teach in the boot camp. And if you wonder how accurate these pivots are, I mean, look at this. Even 6 months later, I mean, you're just tapping them. They're always going to be active. They're always going to be resistance pivots. Like even this one was to the dollar. They're really good. So last week I tried to short from there and got squeezed. Right? Remember Thursday I got squeezed. Friday I got squeezed. This is the same trade that I want in reverse, just to take us lower. So we'll see. So today, and it's a longer term pivot. So a lot of times when they reject the longer term, I mean, it's big. At minimum, I'd like to at least claim some of 806 or 689, which are the impact and run links from last week. There's a really strong 400 to 40 stop for the most part. It's like a 10 to 1 if it does sell off and do the whole thing. Now here, if we lose 156 without filling the gap, that's a good sign that we have some potential to pull lower. Bullish ratio is still pretty strong though. Stocks aren't giving up that easily. And if you look, Nvidia did have MHP break to the upside, which is also giving it a little bit of upward kind of momentum here. Now, all of your eyes need to be on Nvidia today. Nvidia was really what was pushing really hard last week. And Nvidia was just basically carrying the market, especially on Friday. That was crazy. And now we're just kind of back on this path, and Nvidia's just, there's some demand for it. For whatever case, the chips were carrying last week. I mean, it's picking back up. With everything else looking a little bad, chips are at least carrying. And Nvidia's back towards the upper end of the range. This 190 level was where equilibrium was for a couple months. And we're trying to see if that ends up being resistance or not. And so today, Nvidia may just continue to rally, which will lift the market up. That's what I'm kind of like wanting to see. So any gamma positive squeeze on Nvidia is going to squeeze out my trade. So we'll see what happens when it gets up to the half gap, which is its own resistance and bear zone. So Nvidia is a bear long down from upper 187.5 right here. Nvidia has natural resistance there and there. Also from here as well. So basically, if Nvidia breaks through here and keeps going, then I'm going to be out. I'll be squeezed. So Nvidia hits the top and pulls back and fights and holds and eventually dies, then we can get some big sell. So that's kind of where we have to see where this tech stuff turns out.
She's got a smile that's quite a shock.
Hey Matt, I hope you're well. Have you had a chance to look at the paper you sent me yet? I have not, man. I have been so busy with prop score. I was at a coffee shop all day yesterday working on it. It's like we're crunch time the last week. I won't get a chance to see you guys' submissions for that, or even submissions for the nighttime Asia Europe streamer. I might get a chance to look at it for like another week or two. Can you add your TradingView market data to Rocksuiter? Unfortunately, you can't. Yeah, data, it would be cool if you could, but there's like when you buy data from somebody, it's locked into that environment. They're the vendor of record. They don't allow you to redistribute. They don't allow it to be redistributed in other places outside of their control. It's all platform jargon there. But yeah, if you buy data somewhere, it usually is stuck there. The only exception where you can like take your data with you is if you're like a real brokerage account, and CQG is like an API where you can take your data with your real broker anywhere you go, which is what we work with CQG. Your like real brokerage data can come into here. How much left till I hit 1 million? I got 300K more to go. 300 and some change. Am I waiting for a bear break? I'm taking the yellow line short. I'm risking it 206. I'm taking it. I have just 20 contracts, not that big. So as you see, I'm after I took the withdrawal, I fell to 200, then I went up to 330, then I went back down to 230. So I lost like 100K last 2 days, Friday and Thursday. Or like maybe 80K, something like that. Those 2 days. So I was down 60, I think, at the end of Thursday, and I was down like 20 by the end of the day Friday. Where the MHP yellow line? These are manual calculations. The yellow line is an automated, and this is something that is posted in our Discord every night. Everything else is automated in the platform. So I'm up 15K on this trade, 16K, letting it rock. So I think fun simply buying baskets leading to the indices, wagging the eventual names. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I definitely think that's definitely a part of it. That's good. Just moving up, at least on the retrace here. Hey, guys, should I just hold on or what? Okay, ARB just went to 0, so now this is where I probably should take profit. Or should I just like say fuck and hold? I want the bigger trade. TP. Smart thing is to take profit. Or do we make it all or nothing? Secure the bag, take some. Let's take a look at it. I know, man, it's a yellow line reject. It could get pretty nasty. Half me wants to add to it, to be honest. I wish resilience, I mean, DD ratio was a lot worse than what it was. Res is just disgusting. -70, -43. So this white line just shows resistance at the open. So this one right here, when that's negative, it is just straight hard resistance at the open, which is why I shorted at the open. Nvidia has fallen back below MHP, by the way. So you can see that by the lights over here on the side of the chart. Nvidia was popping above MHP, but now back below where it started. Meta just broke MHP to the downside. Keep an eye on that too. So monthly hedge break on Meta a second ago. Nvidia, good. So like I said, I might want to hold until at least Nvidia hits 185, which will probably be about closer to 100 on here. We get the full trades about 50 G's. Good deal. How would I trade a 10K static, not the eval? A 10K static. Oh, that's small. What's your MLL on that thing? Did I use pickle? Always. No P steel. This should be lower. But not only that, though. But think about it like this, right? It's kind of become part of our, it's become part of our, I guess I'll say, daily diet to wake up and be like, what's going on in Iran? I'm gonna tell you, as of that big update that we had, I feel like it's gonna have no more effect on the market to the bull side. We priced in the bull side of that. The market moved on the bull side of that, and then sort of like is bumping into the actual, you know, I guess I'll say resistance or downward pressure. You guys got a second chance at an entry here. Like some downward pressure from just the market itself, like pushing lower. Oh, something's going on in the news right now. Hold on. Wait, where's my... Like I said, I feel like the whole conversation topic is getting stale on the market, but we'll see what's going on here. Something must be moving. What the hell? Good, I can trade bigger now. Trump saying something. Like I said, I don't think that it's perpetually going to rescue the market. Let's fill the gap with negative res. Cool, give me that. Oops. What on earth? All right. Watch out for Taco. Yeah. I have no idea what's going on there. I don't see anything in the headlines yet. Probably just something with the something with, yeah, it's gonna be something around. But like I said, I don't think it's going to turn the market around. That's just my thought, though. And volatility is fading. I think it's gonna have something to do with that. All right, let's get up and fill the gap. That's what I thought we would see earlier. 330 is the gap fill. What am I down if I get it? Just 40? Okay. See, it just becomes very stupid news driven. I think I want, like I said, I want a bigger play. My financial juice says service unavailable. Okay, hold on. Dude, I got this like... Financial juice is down. Do you guys have a headline for me? Iranian officials are studying abandoning uranium enrichment for U.S. condition for ending the war. Yeah. That's cool. I love how like traders are getting, like I said, I feel like traders are getting used to the thought that that's going to be a bullish thing for the economy. I'm still in that same mindset. Just give me a better entry then. Here we go. Financial juice was like freezing up there for a minute there. Okay, so today we got some news coming out in a little bit. I'm not budging. Bullshit news. Existing home sales, 8 minutes. Nothing else really today. ADP employment numbers come out tomorrow morning. Core PPI and PPI come out tomorrow. A week from this Wednesday. So 2 Wednesdays from now is FOMC. Like I said, I want the bigger play. Little clean rescue candle there. I think that has nothing to do with, like I said, I feel like the bullish Iran news is overplayed. Everything now is an opportunity to rejoin the market trajectory lower. I ain't budging. Budging's for wimps. Budging's for wimps. I added to it at the pop there. The news was Iranian officials are studying abandoning uranium enrichment as a U.S. condition for ending the war. All reses are positive now? They are not. Res is still negative. Res are still negative. I'm not wrong, just early. We'll see. We'll see what this one turns out to be like today. Just get back to here. Get back to here. We'll be fine. Like I said, I feel like what I said last week is that Wall Street is exhausted on this news. I think that the idea that Iran ending the war is somehow going to send our market to all-time highs doesn't make any sense. It wasn't selling off because of that. That's just the catalyst that caused it to move. But it wasn't really selling off because of that. We were selling ever since December. And we'll see. Nvidia just broke the session highs. That's a big part of this movement too. Nvidia is just crazy. Watching that right now. We just got 188 on Nvidia. Gold's back to selling. Oil's dropping really quick. Yeah, now resilience has just been positive again. Oh, baloney. If oil's dropping, yeah, it's just more Iran-based stuff. All right, so we'll see how this turns out. If this turns out to another crazy squeeze day, I'm just gonna retire from trading. Like, I'm retiring for good. But we'll see. This is the second time I've tried to build a position for the lower low below that. Let me move my microphone a little bit. Okay. I was so excited off a 206 rejection one final time, and then news just comes and pops it above. This is what trading's like this year. It's been a little bit, no matter what you do, no matter what structure pivot you have, you're going to get some kind of news manipulation coming through. Now, let me see what happens here. Like I said, I want a short from here. Like this is like a higher high, but this is my original target. News popped me out. My confluences are now going against me. So that was enough, and Nvidia is just screaming again. 187.5 now. It's pushing straight up, almost like parabolic here. And those headlines got to come out just in time. When everything's set up to fall, those headlines are coming out. The perfect moment. Right when we break session lows, it's like a second ago, you guys were telling me to lock in some profit. I swung up 20 down. I was up 20k, down 20k, just playing the middle here. My cost base is at 225, which could be a little bit better. We'll see. All my confluences are now bullish, which not that good. I'm not going to add, well, with the size of the account at 200 again, because I withdrew, it's like this. Not, I don't really want to. This is about as heavy as I do want to go. In any other world, I would completely add here at the gap fill. I would play this range, but let's see how the news settles out about 10 or 15 minutes. We'll see if anything comes out of that. VIX is trying to fill its gap as well. We'll see what happens. It's a crazy volatility killer right there. So normally I would stop out above here, but this is kind of like that last little area that I want to be at. So my thought is I'd be willing to hold through there and then chill on that. Like I said, I don't believe that this is market shifting news. I still have that same stance that by later this week, we're trading off a lot of that war ending sort of news. I think right now it's just that like everybody needs some kind of catalyst to try to bet to the upside. There's not anything good, so anything that's potentially good is being traded very well. There's no stopping Nvidia today. That's creating this momentum. All right, so 333 is about it. It's probably going to fill its gap, and that's like my last little play there. Let me trim that down back to 20. I'm very, very impressed. I had so thought that once we got that, you know, pricing in a peace deal or whatever, that was it. All right. So my thought is we don't fill the gap and keep going. If we do, then I'm just done and I'm wrong. But we'll see. Somebody said I'm coping. You know, I made $4 million last quarter trading. I'd be asking me questions rather than telling me stuff. You guys got to watch me make 700 of that on the stream. Ask me more stuff than tell me stuff. Where do babies come from? The incorrect statement is that you're trying to rationalize an irrational market when news makes irrational things happen. There's a greater fundamental part to the market where the news just creates instant volatility. I don't have to believe that the news is going to make things happen. Demonetized, LOL. Just watch. We'll just see. when news happens, it's irrational. There's no structure, there's no ICT, there's no nothing that can cause something. Everything is basically happening because of spontaneous combustion that you couldn't have predicted, right? But I don't believe that that conversation shifts the dynamic of what is a bear market. So the average trader would probably be like, holy crap, it's bullish, let me get on the long. Me, I'm like, let me build a better high cost basis so that I can resume the trade I want. I don't believe that this is economy changing news. It's just a catalyst. The trick is my position size is small enough to hold through it. Yeah. Somebody said they believe I should put more weight. I like when people tell me what to do, right? Watch this, okay? I'll teach you something by the end of this day. Either A, I take a loss and I'm okay with it. It's all okay. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. But watch. Just watch. Yeah, I made 4 million quarter last quarter. Source, trust me, bro. Oh yeah, trust me, bro. You guys got to see 700,000 of that. So my thought is that the setup has now flipped to somewhat of a bullish pressure. On the gap fill is where I stop on the trade, though. This is all part of the plan, was that here to there, and I'd stop if I'm wrong. So this is a wider swinging play because the news has shifted the day around. Like I said, I don't think that the news itself is going to be the reason that the market flips around and turns bullish. But I'll close out if we fill the gap in it, and I just take a stop there. A lot of this NVIDIA push has been a big part of it too. That's the harder part. So now NVIDIA is broken through. Now, like, considering stopping and just closing it out. So my last attempt will be right up here at 330. I'll maybe add to it. All I want to do is be short that we don't fill the bigger gap from yesterday. But the goal is for us to close below here for like a longer term turnaround. And if that doesn't happen today, so he said, let me tell you something, Matt, just go ahead and go buy a Ferrari today. That'd probably be better than fighting this. It's just the crazy part is, like, no matter what you do and no matter like what you do correctly, news changes the dynamic of stuff. The problem is though, I don't think that this news is market changing. I don't think it dictates the direction of the market or economy. I think this is just bullshit news. Like last week. What's the catalyst in NVIDIA? Like all the chip makers are moving pretty quickly. The part is really hard to understand myself other than there's just some demand for it. There was not really any news other than Iran was considering like basically like axing a nuclear program. Basically. I don't think that's dynamic shifting news. That's what I don't think. I'm still sticking with it. I'm gonna take that bet. Right now I'm just like reading. I'm reading up on some stuff. I don't think that's gonna change the market. Now I filled the gap on NASDAQ and got close to filling the gap on S&P. Let me see what this wave ends up doing. Like I said, I don't... Not after Thursday, not after Friday. No way this Iran news is gonna get me one more time. Every single time I've had like a weird trading day, it's come from like some BS news that just comes out of nowhere. And you gotta force your trade plan into some new dynamic all of a sudden. Like I said, the longer term structure is that if we fill this gap and keep going, then I'm just absolutely confused. Now somehow we are really in a bull market that I couldn't see. But at least the opening read was right. Everything was looking good. We'll see if the news sort of dissipates from here. Like I said, I think that the idea that peace between us and Iran turns the stock market bullish. You could see all that selling pressure. I mean, people are betting right now that the FOMC is likely to raise rates. There's small bets on that right now. So my thought becomes that we need to, maybe not today, but this week, we price out some, at least just to test. Even if it is bullish, there's no reason we wouldn't test these areas to keep going. So I'm still trying to bet on the 206 reject, which is what I've been trying to bet for the last 3 days. Hit that and reject. So this overshoot, if it holds above it a third day, I'll probably abandon the whole thought. But my idea is we're below 206. That's it. So by the end of the day today, we're down here. If I can get good on that one. That's what I think. Let's see 278 again. Yeah, probably half gap support. This challenge has been fun though, I'm not gonna lie. It's been crazy. Have you guys noticed how crazy it's been? If this is Biden era trading, I would have been done in a month. You know what I'm saying? Back when Biden was president, he never said anything that made the market move. It was such an easier trade, right? Why are you so crazy with like Trump and all the stuff that's going on with the tariffs and all that? You just get these days where the market just absolutely just goes left and right, no matter what you set up to do. So my cost base is up to 260, which is closer to here. Nvidia hit 180.5 and started pulling back a little tiny bit. So let's see what that ends up doing. Let me double check all of this. Let me see if I have any targets on Nvidia. So Nvidia's impact line at 190, that's it. Or 190.92. All right. Iranian officials are studying abandoning uranium enrichment as a U.S. condition for ending the war. That doesn't change anything. Haven't we already had these talks with them before about no nuclear program? You know, you can't enrich uranium. And they're like, we're not doing it. I mean, isn't that... Am I thinking of the wrong country? But weren't they already saying like they weren't doing it? I don't... Like years ago when we were investigating it and they were like, we don't have a nuclear program. This reminds me of previous news. The same news on repeat, I feel like. First time viewer, first time chatter, brand new to trading, small stakes currently, overall portfolio has grown. You're looking to learn? Oh, cool, man. Well, you're in the perfect place to learn, for sure. It's a community of a lot of people like you, my man. Appreciate you being here. Oh yeah, hit that like button, guys. Don't forget to hit that like button, because we'll be doing giveaways in just a little bit. The more likes, the more giveaways. Filled the gap. I think that just had to make that technical move there. Fingers are crossed on this one. Maybe Nvidia does peak out and start selling. We don't know. But that one, like I said, that was a really big move. Also take note the VIX futures have popped. I'm just kind of looking all over the place right now. Make sure I'm on top of everything. VIX did gap up and is sort of like retraced and filled most of that gap. Again, VIX hasn't completely filled its gap in, but we'll see. Get to, yeah, whip it out. My favorite part is when they try to tell me what to do, though. You know what I mean? That's my favorite part of day trading. That's my most favorite part. How was car shopping? We're getting the Ferrari today. We're picking it up tomorrow. Yes, sir. We ran out of time yesterday, or Friday, to get everything finished up. All right, let me trim down just a little tiny bit on that drop. Get my cost basis still at 66. I'm at 24 short now. Do a flip. Okay. I'll do tricks. Iran are master negotiators, but Trump drives a hard bargain. They'll have to play the bargaining game. They really do. Like, at the end of the day, we're going to get them to completely stand down and get everything we want. That's how I feel. Yeah. How much is margins required for having one position E-mini NASDAQ? I think the current margin requirement for NASDAQ is about 60K maybe. Oh, this is the Monkey Paw song. We can't hear this one. This is gonna make the market go up. Hold on, let's look at it real quick. Current margin requirements for NASDAQ. Let me look at it real quick. With some of your discount brokers, they only make you pay about like 500 or 1,000 depending on who you trade with. If you want the CME number, oh, sorry, it's on the long side. Your main is 36, so 390, 39,600 is your initial. So what 110% of that, so 39.6 or 39.7, 39,700 bucks. Did I buy the mint colored Ferrari? I am buying it, yes sir. Oh yeah. I'm buying it as a gift for my girlfriend. I'm not even buying it for me. If I were to buy something for me though, what I really liked that they had in stock was the 12 cylindry. Look at this beauty right here. This is only a year old, and again, there's like 700 miles on it. Nobody's driven it at all. Look how pretty that is. That's like their competitor to the Vanquish V12. Same setup, beautiful car. But I'm not shopping for me. I'm shopping for her. It's for the girlfriend. Am I buying cash? Well, I bought the Aston Martin with cash. So this one I'm gonna buy. I'm gonna probably finance like 100G or 50, whatever they let me finance, just to have a car payment. I'm gonna put the rest down. For us, since we're building the escape room this year and the fitness studios this year, we're building 3 fitness studios, an escape room, and a coffee shop. So like, you know, since I'm trading in the Maserati, finally, I can make some room in the, now we're gonna have some room for a new car, right? I'm gonna get rid of it. So for me, I need to get some kind of, I gotta finance something so that I have, you know, consistent payments on your credit report. For somebody like me that like cash buys everything, who doesn't have, you know, a ton of debt, like actually no, pretty much no debt other than the house. And like I don't live on credit cards or anything like that. I have to basically maintain something as far as a payment on something to get my credit score up. Why would you want a car payment for credit score? You know, I'll be borrowing, you know, many millions and millions of dollars this year of loans and construction loans and all kind of stuff, and it's just to maintain high credit rating. For those of you like folks that have credit cards and stuff, as long as you spend money on a credit card and pay off your credit card on time every month and keep the balance low, then it's good. You have to have payment history on something. So monthly installments are like 20% of your credit score. I don't have any. So other than the mortgage. And they're very good for banks to see. Yeah. So like I bank with the relationship bank. So they tend to let me just do whatever I want since I do so much banking with them. So if I tell them, hey, I want to finance like 30K of a Ferrari and have a, you know, a $300 a month car payment, they'll probably let me do it. Yeah, very, somebody said very good bank for banks to see. Yep. Oh yeah. Rich, I don't know. They're doing all the financing stuff right now. We'll see. Somebody said you only need 3 revolving accounts to keep your credit topped up. That's correct. I have 1. That's it. I have a mortgage. I have 1. That's not even a revolving account. So I have 0. So now I do have 1 small credit card that's my mom's that it's in my name that she spends on, but it's like $1,000 limit, and it's like 10-15 years old that I never raised it. My mom keeps it for emergencies. She never uses it. Do cell phone bills and stuff count? These days you actually can with certain credit bureaus. With Experian, I know that you can count your they have a boost program with Experian. You can boost by, you can add like your electricity bill, your water bill, a lot of that stuff, and it'll add up to 15 or 20 points to your credit score. TransUnion has one too. I forgot the name of it. Or Equifax. Two of the bureaus have something where you can tack on all your utility bills and stuff, and it'll add 15, 20 points. Yeah. True Wealth is giving your mom a credit card. I gave my mom a credit card like literally a decade ago. Some tiny one. And she has it just in case for emergencies or whatever. So. Yeah, unfortunately with credit report, they don't care how much money you have. When you're trying to borrow big money, all they care about is have you borrowed big money before, and are you successful at paying it off on time? That's really how the credit score works. How much debt can you accumulate and also pay it off on time? So I'm pretty much debt free at this point in my life. What the fuck is going on here now? Now counter news? What's going on? Dude, again, like the market starts speeding up, slowing down. You gotta hate this stupid fucking market. I'm trying to load up really quick and see what's going on. Again, some kind of... Is 395 credit score good or excellent? That's excellent, bro. You won't be able to borrow any money ever from anybody, but in my heart, that's excellent. Trump said if any Iranian ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated. You see how like Wall Street is just becomes such a loose market on just the hot topics and keywords. Like that was a bearish thing or a bullish thing. It just blows my mind how loose the market has become to that news. It's been like almost programmed to respond. But yeah, on the car, I'll probably, like I said, I'll probably see if they'll let me finance. Like, I'm getting it for $315, so I'm whatever. Like, I want to give myself like a, I don't know, $1,000, $500 car payment, whatever. My advisors this year were like, you need to get more debt, Matt. I pretty much have paid everything off. It's crazy. So I'll have like revolving accounts or anything. So I need to start building some more credit history. How much down payment? When it comes to me, I can pretty much get away with anything. The bank that I bank with will let me do. I have such a good relationship with them. I have so much money in those accounts. They'll let me do anything I want. If I say let me finance 50K, they'll let me finance 50K. If I say let me finance the whole thing, they'll let me finance the whole thing. So I'm gonna ask them for the most part. You know, like, can I get like what's the minimum I can finance just to have a car payment for credit building? I need to sustain like 2 or 3 revolving accounts this year. So I'm probably gonna go and actually get like a big boy credit card. Believe it or not, I haven't had a credit card for I don't know how many years. It's been, I don't even know how long. Like a regular credit card. I don't even do credit cards. Amex Black. I don't have any credit cards. Get a good Amex, yeah. One thing with Ferrari though, Ferrari's lender is a private lender though. That's the thing. So here's the thing with Ferrari. They don't actually do, their lending is not a public check. It's like a private lender. So it doesn't even show up on your credit report. That's because people that buy these cars don't want to be known. So they actually borrow from a private source. That's a cool little fun fact. So I have to go for outside financing with my current bank to get to show up. Why no cards? I've always had a belief system to not live on debt until I started, you know, growing in my own businesses. I started realizing at the phase of like when I used to build a business and make some money with it, then build another business, make some money with it. And that linear progression was really nice to just stay debt free. But now I'm expanding in parallel. I mean, I need to borrow money to build 5 things at once rather than 1 thing at once. So instead of like, you know, growing, paying cash, growing, paying cash, growing, paying cash. It's like if I were to open 5 things at once with cash, it's like you can deplete your liquidity. So at this phase of my life, my advisors have been teaching me that I need to start accumulating debt so I can start borrowing lots of money at once to build as fast as I need to build. So it said, yeah, they're private lending. Yeah. It's all about that balance sheet. Yep. They want to see that you can borrow money and be responsible paying it back, even if you don't need to. But the idea that you have the leverage to do so allows you to do much. And the major reasons this coffee shop concept we want to build is gonna cost a lot of money because of what we're designing a franchisable concept. So we have to put a lot of money into R&D and a lot of money into construction. The build out, the architecture is going to be very unique. So my thought would be, I'm anticipating spending a lot of money this year. Yeah. You built your businesses slowly over time. You're able to retire nicely 3 years ago. Oh, that's awesome, man. Congratulations. I have no plans to retire. I live for making money. I live for building businesses. This is my passion in life. I love doing it. So I want to expand until my eyeballs fall out of my head. I want to type numbers in a computer until I've got arthritis in my knuckles. I want to grow exponentially at this point. So I want to move it as fast of a pace as I can move. Or it's like a blind from trading. So let's see. I'm trying to watch this Nvidia chart. It keeps sort of topping out less than 189. It's not really finding momentum above it. I think with all this sort of up and down momentum, I don't know if I'm gonna. As exciting as it was to start to see that little bit of a pullback, I did trim down a little bit down in here. I'm still waiting to see if anything does continue to move. But yeah, the technicals are sort of going against me. Like I said, once the news is done and we found some stability there, then I'm going to make a decision. My thought was we wouldn't fill the gap and keep going. And I could be wrong on this, but we'll see. What a mind blow today. I'm certainly not a fan of these news-driven markets, though. Normally, so when news happens, you got to throw all your techniques out the window, right? So when news happens, what I like to do is take a step back and look at it like a higher level sort of thing. And a higher level sort of thing, I got to say, okay, what's the market doing higher level? Not really like what do the technicals say today or whatever. So in this sort of environment, my thought is if there is retracement into this week and next, we won't fill this and keep going. Fill this, keep going, I'll just be wrong and then revisit this another day. But I've been sort of like top hunting on this kind of S&P level and NASDAQ level, all up here. I've been saying, you know, we're not going to break this and keep going. That the news of maybe we'll have a deal is just enough to sort of like squeeze out all the shorts when the market had this clear trajectory sort of down because of economic data. And then all of a sudden Iran news popped us up. I don't believe in the news. Like, I think that like same time next month, we're back down to here. Like I said, I'm probably just early-ish, but I'm being aggressive on it because I don't want to miss it. I know that I'm right. I know that the market's, the weirdest thing would be for us to rally and break highs on this market. But see if Apple's looking bearish. Yeah. When everything moves though on a catalyst or a news event like this, you kind of have to throw your daily structure out the window because it's going to move irrationally. So it's really hard to rationalize the market that you're in other than take a step back and sort of have like a bulk feeling is what's going to happen rather than, okay, here's my exact pivot. Here's my exact technical. Here's my exact confluence. It's more like once the news happens, everything was negative and the news happens, everything's positive. So any moment in time, news could happen and be negative again. It's like stupid trading. And I just have to basically hold my guns, keep my positions small enough such that news doesn't blow me up if it goes the other way, and just sort of stick to my guns on what I think the general movement is. I'm gonna be 70 with like a rocket powered rascal scooter. Oh, bro, you don't even know. I'm gonna be 70 like flying to the moon on that thing. Nvidia breaks highs again, 188.5. What I kind of think now too is that since the gold frenzy sort of died out a little bit, and the oil frenzy has died out a bit, that investors are still long hungry for something, and that might explain why tech is back on the table. We saw money shift from the gold trade to the oil trade. Now it's back to the tech trade. Like, the only explanation for a bull market is that the bearishness is only short term. I don't think we enter like a Great Depression sort of sell-off. You know, I feel like we have a 2022, a milder version of 2022. Like 1 to 2 to 3 quarters down. Once inflation starts to come back around by the end of this next year, the end of this year, it's repaired and back to normal. So in order to draw this out for you guys, let me tell you what I think the market's going to look like. Like I said, I think a lot of people are bullishly optimistic right now. I'm still taking that sort of safe sidelines on being super bullish here. All right, let me show you what I think is going to happen this year. So I think that like this is where we were, and that whatever this happens inside of here that we are back to here, like at minimum back to here. And then, you know, we go through quarterly earnings and it's still, you know, worst case scenario, we don't break through this, right? And then it sort of like grows itself up from there. Now again, this part's going to be tricky, but GDP down, inflation up, employment situation bad, earnings coming up. How when earnings were beat expectations, we're going down, earnings expectations can be worse and we're going to miss them, we should still be going down. Into earnings, we should still be trading down this quarter. All logic would imply that. So there's no reason to bet against it. There's no reason for me to say, well, that's okay. We beat earnings expectations. We're gonna trade down. We're gonna miss them and trade up. Clearly, you know, people were selling to get out of the way of something. Maybe it was the war, who knows? But the war resetting us back above the bearish equilibrium we had before the war makes no sense to me. Other than it's just like a somewhat of a tech-driven rally that's sort of a bubble in the shorter term, just on tech alone. Not everything else is moving to that same pace, but your chip stocks are moving pretty quick. That's the one thing. To AMD looks like, so AMD is not. Let's see what Intel's doing. Intel's moving up a little bit. Nvidia's moving. So Nvidia's now filling its gap, and that's sort of that area where it's aiming for, just like everything else that's filling its gap. I'm trying to see if everything else, like, not everything else is having that same power. Google's not having that same power. Google's not doing the same thing. Tesla's not doing the same thing. ABGO kind of doing it. Microsoft is kind of on the Nvidia side, being a little irrational squeeze to the upside. Meta. Not Meta. So it's just like sort of being lifted by a couple of things. I still don't believe that this is going to rally from here. Let me see though. Market took, well, it's because like there's still some people out there. Big Wall Street players still out there longing something. Oil's selling off, gold's selling off, so they're rolling money into something else, like loading back up on tech that they were selling. You know, pre-positioning into maybe like longer term gains. Like I said, I think a year from now, we're breaking highs and keep going. But I don't think this is the year that's going to happen. I don't know. Housing forecast is a huge miss too. The problem is that when you start getting bad economic data, Wall Street never really just responds to it quickly. It usually takes a while. You remember like in 2005, 2006, the market still rallied up until, you know, everybody's like, there's a bubble, it's a housing crisis, it's going to be a crazy problem. Banks are going to be exposed to this and nobody cared, and the market just irrationally climbed into the bubble, then the bubble popped. The thing is that we saw earlier in December and January that a lot of the larger firms just weren't selling. Even when things were sort of bad for a little bit, people were mostly holding through it. The commitment of traders shows that. So yeah, I think I read a post last night where Brett bought the dip in the indices and shorted oil and shorted and bought the dip in gold, I think, last night. I didn't make any trades last night, so we'll see. Yeah, it's been a bit kind of like a tough week for sure. Last week was kind of tough too. At least I know with, before the news came out that the market was kind of on that same path. Which is the craziest thing is that no matter what you do, half the time, especially since this last October, no matter what you do, half the time it's going to be news that attributes to like the majority of your bigger losses or bigger loss days. This is a small loss day. It's not that big, but man. It's a little tough to trade. Yeah, it's really hard for me to, it's kind of like I've stalled at the 700k 700k profit target mark for like 2 weeks now. I'd go up 100k a day, then trickle it down, then go down, then go up, then go down. It's been kind of tough. So the S&P gap fill from last night is right here at 68.63. Nasdaq's is at 333. Short still viable? On a on a technical sense, not really. On a larger fundamental sense, the bet becomes if you don't think that the things are going to stabilize in the war and you have a bearish mindset, you're going to want it to not fill the gap and keep going. There. That's sort of like, well, the anti-confirmation of a greater sort of pressure to the downside. So this looks like it's gonna like keep going through here, and who knows what's gonna happen up here. I'm like questioning that myself. Can this Nvidia push the highs and pushed up a little higher a little bit ago? I'm watching that almost 189. That's where a lot of the movement's coming from. It's almost 2 days in a row we've had that really strong Nvidia squeeze. This was breaking yesterday's close or Friday's close on Nvidia, which was at a 188.7. Okay. All right. My question is, I want to move my cost base up here one more time. Smack it one more time. Cost base is at 73 now. Trying to get it slight. I want to get my cost basis. That's all I'm waiting for. I want to get my cost basis here. So 73 is about where it is right now. So I'll be fully done with this if it starts to break this with volume. I'll stop out. S&P gap fill. Man, everything's just since that news came out this morning, everything sort of shifted to the other side, especially with Nvidia pushing as hard as it is. You're not going to get a really strong resistance pressure and sell off until that actually moves. So I'm kind of worried about this one. I hate days like this. No matter what you do, the news just does what it wants to do. About 350, I'll close out. I'll be right back in a second.
Spin volatility wet. RB zone, beef curtains connect. Hedge pressure pressed on his pivot set. Slightly fat as troll got wrecked. Cause Matt hedges hard when he master bets. Matt hedges hard when he master bets.
They call it monthly hedge pressure. It looks like math, but it feels like prophecy.
All right, everybody, what's up? All right. All right, so I'm getting close to considering just pulling the plug on this one. Man, oh man. All right, that is here. Oh. All right, so this is what I'm looking for. If I decide if I want to pull this or not. What a strong NVIDIA play, man. My cost base is closer to 80. That's I wanted to be up closer to here if I can. Is your NVIDIA stock is paying you? I know, right? So this is it. This is my limit right here. And I'll probably, like I said, I'm gonna give it a little fat here. ARB is at 0, so I'll give it a straight 363. This is the bigger, like last night I was like, man, as soon as it fills the gap, I'm gonna short the shit out of it. But I got in a little early on this all negative resiliences and stuff. We're good at the open, but then the news pushed us to fill the gap. So let's see what happens. S&P finally filled its gap. This is the first round of any kind of movement. Let's take a look at this one. Oops. When I saw Friday's movement on NVIDIA, I thought that was an exhaustion squeeze. I was like, man, that's it. Did not at all think that Monday would continue that little bit of power there. Whenever news happens, it's not like the market's going. You have to understand the difference between markets going against you on a technical reason or a news-based reason. When markets move on a news-based reason, I don't believe in the news, so it's not going against me. I don't believe that the news has changed my bias at all. So if technicals were to change, for instance, there was a bear market or a bull market and you're on the right side and you lose key pivots with no news, then you have confluence that's been lost on like a technical reason. But on a fundamental reason, if the news is what caused a move, I don't believe still until I get my confirmation is here. My confirmation is not just that it moved against me and I took a little bit of drawdown. My confirmation is that we fundamentally fill the gap and keep going. Then I'm wrong. Then I'm just like, okay, then I got it wrong. So the news, I don't believe that it's going against my direction, the market, just yet until I hit my confluence and I'm out, or hit my target, then I'm out. Yeah. So whenever you're trading and news happens or something that just changes the direction, and it's not really like market moving news that I don't think is a sustainable market moving news, then I have the belief is like, okay, I don't believe it's going against that the news is going against. Like I said, I still believe that I can see something that nobody sees just yet. I know it's like early to the thought there, but I think as soon as I'm not in a position, the market's gonna do what I think it's gonna do. That's why I keep trying to take stabs at it at these levels. So about, like I said, 360 is about where I'm gonna start to like my final place here. And I'm gonna give it one more. I'm sort of like trying to get my cost basis as close as I can to here, and when it tests there and doesn't move, then I'll decide to close out or not. Nvidia is trying to sweep Friday's highs. It really is. What a crazy Nvidia move again. Would not have expected that this morning either, but so this is like my final attempt at this, and I'm just gonna kind of like sit out for like a week or two until this shit starts to like stabilize. I really want to get my cost basis right up here on the edge here at 33. I'm at 87 now. It's just not giving me any room to like wiggle into it. This is my final stop here. So one last go. A reverse swoosh fan, yeah. It's like 4 days in a row that I've been kicked around by this Iran war stuff.
Sharks flicker a sickly gray. Pressure builds
291 cost basis right now. Okay, 295. Okay, so now I've moved it up to 295, which is slightly better. I want to get it close, as close to here as I can for the bigger play. Blah, 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 blah. Like I said, if it's not today, it's tomorrow. Like I say, my spidey senses are usually always right about this kind of stuff. When Friday happened, like when I left to go to the dealership and everything on Friday, I was watching the market just inch up. I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna wake up Sunday to like hundreds of points of gap down. But I didn't think it was gonna gap down and fill the gap. I thought it was gonna gap down and then just sort of like retrace half of what we saw in that last week's move up. Anyways, all right, now this is the moment of truth right here. This is that sort of gap exhaustion play where you see that high volume spike whenever you fill yesterday's gap. This is an equilibrium play. Like yesterday, NASDAQ, right? There's a sell imbalance that caused the gap down, and the current buyers have met the sellers from market close sell imbalance. This is kind of what you see, And now that that sort of equilibrium's been found where the sellers and buyers meet each other, that's why you get a volume spike of that like kind of like exhaustion sweep right there. And then this is it. If volume stays low and market declines on low volume, then that's all you need to see. It's decline on low volume to confirm a reversal. You don't need to see high volume into the selling just at the start. If you see declining candles with low volume, it means the stocks are going to be selling off. So it's basically just tracking the stocks, which ultimately could squeeze out some of the longs. Like I said, I'm still taking that same fundamental bet that we closed out below 206 today. I'm still holding on. Like I said, I'm still holding my guns. I'm a little bit of a crazy bag holder today, but I still believe in it. Like I don't believe that Iran nuclear program, all that stuff is going to make our earnings season positive. I don't know. That's just me though. You know what I mean? I'm not really reading chat right now. 4 days in a row red. 3 days in a row red. Because Wednesday I was up. Wednesday I made 100K. Thursday I was down like 60. Friday I was down like 20. And now I'm down like 30, whatever. So little bits on the way up. It's all part of it. What I buy? I'm buying a Ferrari. Yeah. That's like my second new car in like the last 3 months. No more cars after this, I promise. Been watching anything new lately? We went and watched the other day. IDOC and I went to the movies to go see the Hail Mary Project. It's pretty cool. What else are we watching? We rewatched the Lord of the Rings trilogy 2 weeks ago, and then we started watching the Hobbit trilogy last week, and then this next week we're gonna watch the Matrix. So like we're trying to like go through and just revisit all the trilogies. Hail Mary is pretty okay. I would say that I went into it expecting it to be kind of like an Interstellar, like a serious, darker movie. And it was more like a comedy. You know, like those, remember the Adam Sandler space movie with like the space spider that was on his ship? It's kind of like that. I mean, it's almost exactly like that. It's a more comedy sort of take on that same theme. It was goofier than I thought it would be, but it was still pretty good. I always love a space movie, you know. There's a new documentary on trying to find Paul McCartney's bass from the early years. Oh, that's kind of cool. That sounds like a pretty good documentary. But no, we haven't watched a lot of TV. I've been like sort of 24/7 working on prop score. It's consumed my life at this point. And you know, crunch time before launch is always crazy. Coordinating with all the employees, coordinating with all the auditors, coordinating with developers. I have my developers and my development testing team. We hired 2 new development testers, so I'm training those guys this last week. Developing, they're basically testing test server implementations. And then the developer and I together spent all weekend like 24/7 just going over changes and things I got to change for it. Final tweaks and fun stuff before the big launch. Wait, thought about doing the other day, Derek? Wait, buying a car the other day? What were you gonna buy? Would I give advice to those in Turkey considering investing in NQ regarding long-term investments? I can't give advice on investments. I would say if you're looking to invest in the NASDAQ for longer term, futures is not necessarily an investment product. It's more like a trading product since it's very expensive to hold a futures contract. For NASDAQ, it's like $40,000 per one contract. You know, it's much easier to hold shares of QQQ or a NASDAQ based stock. Like QQQ is an ETF that tracks the NASDAQ and also pays dividends. So as far as like long-term investing, a lot of investors lean into the ETFs rather than futures themselves. That Aston Martin's the sexiest machine. Ooh, baby, I love it. It turns heads for sure. I'm telling you, like, what's funny when I had lunch with Matt Leach and Luke from iPhone and Futures, they parked my car out. We were sitting at this like outdoor area where like it's like the bougie little shopping center where all the richy rich like to go have brunch and stuff. And when you park your car up front, your car will be sitting there. There's like a Bentley, a McLaren, a Bugatti. I mean, it's like everything there. And I swear to you, with whatever it is, 'cause my car's like modest looking. It's not like crazy super sports car looking like a Ferrari would be, but there are more guys, I'm talking guys like men like my age and older, that walk by and like look at the Aston instead of the Ferrari sitting next to it, or the McLaren sitting next to it, and they're like, whoa, a James Bond car. I feel like it has that sort of like appeal in that sort of like way, more so than a sports car. So I didn't think that was gonna happen. I think, oh, people aren't even gonna care, but it's so funny because it's like the least loudest car I've ever had. Like loud isn't like look at it loud. It's loud, the engine's loud, but when you look at it, you wouldn't think that like it's a head turner, but it's like the most head turner of any car I've ever had. It's crazy. I never thought it would get any attention. I thought people wouldn't even care, but people were like, whoa, check it out. And there's been people taking photos of it and stuff. I was completely floored by that. I think because it's classy, you actually don't see a lot of people, at least in Houston, that drive them. This is like Lambo Ferrari town, you know? Like, you don't really see a lot of British cars, I guess. I don't know. The distinguished gentleman look. Yeah, it's always like, I remember the first day I got it, Idoc and I went to this little department / hardware store, and I pulled up in the car, and this like guy, gray hair, and his wife, they had like 3 kids with them and 1 stroller, and he walks by and he goes, cool car, bro, like that. And I was like nice, you know. I feel like it's like the more upscale version of having a Corvette in your 40s or 50s, you know. You're the James Bond sort of thing. But it's definitely my favorite car I've ever owned, for sure. Like the interiors are really nice. That's what I like most about it, is the cabin is like really nice on the inside. Yeah, I was surprised. I didn't think a lot of people liked them or knew about it or even cared about it. But I was sitting there with Matt and Luke, and they're like, there's somebody like taking a picture with your car. And I was like looking over there. There was a guy in front of it taking a selfie. And like there's a Ferrari next to me and then a Lambo next to me. And I'm like, I'm like, they took the picture with my car instead of those car. Mine's a gray Aston. It's not even like a yellow Lambo, but I was like, well, I hope you post on your Instagram. Pretend you're a trading guru. The Houston escape room that I think is gonna be best. So the one in Houston that's the best one is called Strange Bird Interactive. The Man, what's the name of it? Hold on. Strange Bird, The Man from Beyond. It's called The Man from Beyond, and it's at Strange Bird Immersive. That's the name of the company that has it. Oh, it's the best escape room in the entire country. Yeah. If you like escape rooms, it'll absolutely blow your mind. It's that cool. And I've been to hundreds of escape rooms, so I'll tell you, it's worth a trip to Houston to do it. It's that good. It's different. At least if you're an escape room fan, definitely go out of your way to check it out. If you're escape room fans, it's probably the best one you've been to. Does it have ambient lighting? Yeah, on the inside, it has like LEDs all in the interior. So you can do like any color that you want. Mine's set to like this purple color, like a black light purple. But yeah, I was surprised. I didn't think it was going to be considered a cool car by many people, but I was like, I like it. But all right, look, I'm getting squeezed here. I have to pull the plug on this thing. The moment of truth. Can we reject the gap fill? One more time. Come on. We're not getting any low volume declining candles. As a matter of fact, we're getting low volume increase. Again, Nvidia is just pushing. I don't see any rejection targets. Nvidia's trying to press highs. I don't think it's gonna break. I mean, I don't think it's gonna reject. Man, I underestimated this pump today. I was like, well, I was willing to bet big that we turn around. Just so much. There is just so much buying pressure. I'm watching the level 2 also. I popped it up. I mean, the bid's not even staying put. I mean, they're having a hard time tracking where it's dancing all over the place. They can't find where sellers are. This thing. Like every order that comes through, Nvidia just goes. Micron is flying. Yeah, I think Micron, Intel, they all are. MU looks exactly the same. Intel looks exactly the same. Yeah, I know. All right. That's my order here. All right, let's get my cost basis closer to here. I added a few more, just like I added on that pop. I added a few more on this pop. All right. It's just what a nutso day today. Again, another news-driven. I was hoping that once they said, all right, we'll finally make a peace deal, that people were done listening to like this news-driven market, and they were just like, okay, back to where we were. But so on days where news starts to drive things, then I abandon a technical plan, and then I have to kind of just stick along the lines of like the fundamental plan that I have, which is gap fills and bigger stuff.
Head's turning before I realize. Red eyes, my stomach drops. Coffee's gone long ago. My heart beats louder than the clock. Every wake feels like blame. Every loss reruns my pain. Adding up the could have beens. Subtracting all my sleep at night. I keep refreshing, like it's gonna change my fate. These tiny numbers carry all this weight. I only have hope. I keep holding hands on the wheel when it's spinning, folding. I'm so sick of losing, tired of the pain, but I'm still here. Still here again. I only have hope when I'm broken inside. Playing one more try on this broken ride. I don't know if I'll ever make it through, but I'm still here. Still here with you. Went through the cursor shakes. Options look like loaded dice. Every plan I ever drew crumbled in a second on cue. They say take a break, like it's easy to let go, but this is
All right.
have left.
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Second attempt at gap fill. All right, guys, giveaway in a little bit. Iranian, uranium, cranium. It's all of the above for the news today. Yeah. Tough times. How are you guys doing? I didn't even ask. I hate whenever markets get crazy. You'd be like super hyper, no fun, matte focus mode. We usually have more. I usually get to have more fun with you guys. But I'm like, when I get serious mode, I'm like, hold on, we gotta pay attention. All right. I dropped it to 35. I just want to be like close to 30 safely up here to be all right. You only need an escape room from your wife. Oh yeah. Green you're 3 out of 4. That's good. That's good that you guys found some green today. Is that betting on market selling is a hard thing to do. Like I said, I just fundamentally believe that the minute people stop buying Nvidia, nothing else is moving. And I know I'm not wrong. I'm watching all the stocks looking like shit. And let me double check where monthly maps bear zone top is here. Right at 42 MHP, okay. You accidentally found green with Take Profit Trader? What do you mean accidentally found green? Take Profit's good. It's one of the best firms out there. Is that a bias today? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we were gonna close below 206. That's my bias. That still is my bias. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then Wednesday. If not Wednesday, the next Wednesday. Sometime between now and next week, we're below this level in selling. I just got to survive long enough and take every attempt at it to get it. I don't want to not get the trade. This is big. If I get it, when I get it, it's big. If I keep taking stabs at it. Can I show the setup for screens I'm looking at? Yeah, I only trade on one screen, so I have my actual computer setup. Let me show you my computer setup here. All right, cool. We dropped them to 35, that little dip there. Let's put it at 33 again. My cost basis to 310. That's a little bit better. Let me show you real quick. You want to see my setup? Okay, because you asked. Let me show it to you. This is a video I made when I first built out the office, but I have a new computer. It's different, but this is the setup that I have. So it's all those monitors, all that stuff. I have a gaming setup over here. This is all half built out at the time, but it's all finished now. This setup has a computer under there now and 2 monitors there. Here, yeah, so show you guys one more time. I had a tablet here that I run on since I just got rid of it because I don't use it anymore, and then I have 6 screens there. Now, none of them they're not all built for trading though. They're all for like running the businesses. So my screens are pretty simple. I've got, let me just try to draw here. I got 6 screens, and this one I trade on. So this is what you see on the screens, what I see in the middle. To the right, this is where I run my stream, my encoder. To the left is where YouTube is, where I can watch chat. So this runs the stream. this watches you guys and bans you when you're naughty. Up here, this is Discord. Up here is like my spillover for trading. So like if I have extra charts or whatever, I'll put them on these two screens. Like my Thinkorswim, or like if I'm trading props, they're usually up here. Right now, there's really nothing up here but the other half of this. And then over to the left, I have a browser. So I can read the news, watch all kind of stuff over here. I only use one screen to maybe trade with, and then a second screen to have extra charts on. I just use two screens. I've never really like needed a lot or watched a lot. What video card do I have? I've got two 5090s and a 5080. So I got three 5000 series cards. The trading computer's a 5080, the gaming computer's a 5090, the laptop's a 5090. Oh, I just built like a sick gaming machine. Let me show you. Like 2 weeks ago. Oh, I'm so proud of it. See if I can find it real quick. It's the right picture somewhere. Let me find it. Wait, which day was this though? Let me see. Maybe a couple weeks ago. Let me look at my posts. Let me favorite it so I can remember where it is later. How many people? This is your first day on our stream today? Just curious. Got a whole lot of new faces yesterday. Ask me anything you want. Ask me anything. Rocket scooter, my computers, cars, whatever. All right, this is me right here. So I built this guy 2 weeks ago. 2 or 3 weeks ago. It's a new machine, so. This one is a record-breaking thing for me. This thing right here, like normally, you know, computers have screens on the outside. I have more screens inside of this than I do in my entire office. Look, there's one LCD screen here. There's two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 screens inside of the computer. Oh my God. You ever get 13 screens inside of a computer? They all have like logos and goofy stuff on them. So that one I built, and this is also attached to the desk, so it's like floating. You can't really, it's probably like maybe 5 inches off the carpet, which is kind of nice. That's the new bad boy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So that's what it looks like with everything turning on. I like the whole white, keep it clean. I've got like blue and red sort of like, and this is the video, like the start of my stream. It's kind of like right there. So this one's a pretty beefy computer. I bought this one to be all state of the art stuff. So it's a 9950 X3D. It's got a Lee and Lee all-in-one. I got a Thermal Grizzly contact frame on it, the 870E Hero, and I got the back to front motherboard, which is nice. All the cables are in the back. So cool thing about this one, you computer geeks out there. How many computer geeks do we have besides myself here? Just curious. This is my first BTF build, which is crazy. You can't see any cables. All the connectors are in the back of the motherboard, so there are no like cables touching the sides or touching the tops anymore. These new motherboards are sick. All of it's in the back. And then like the power supply has a little wing on the side. So the power supply is anchored at the top, not the bottom. And the cables just come straight across to the back. So you have a power supply motherboard. The cables just connect to each other. You don't see any cables anymore. It's crazy. This shit is like so clean these days. Case is also Lian Li. It's the, oh, what the hell is it called? The only cable you can see is the 12 pin for the GPU. My 180 bend, it hasn't come in yet. So I ordered a 180 bend, which essentially it's just this plastic piece that plugs in here and then the cable goes straight back. So instead of the cable like going underneath, I'm gonna have the cable just run straight across here with this nice little 180 fitting that goes on the end there. Oh, the case, I wrote it here. I have a the Vision Compact. So Vision is cool because you have options with it. It has this oh man, I thought I was getting excited here and market was selling a little bit. Vision has like options. You can take the top plate off and put a glass plate at the top if you need to. Since I have a radiator up there, I don't have any need for it, but Vision's a pretty cool, it's like one of my favorite cases right now. Yeah, 96 gig of titanium, 6600 CAS 32 RAM. I didn't put a big hard drive in there, 'cause just for gaming, so I never really invested in like big hard drives. I got a 2 terabyte 9100, and then yeah, it's pretty nice. So it's like pretty much state of the art. But I'm like, that's where I geek out in life. I spend a lot of money on computers and computer stuff. Anytime the newest stuff comes out, I'm always building a new computer. That's kind of my new thing. All right, guys, it is time for a giveaway. Those of you tuning in, you build your own PC. Oh, you did? You have a dedicated sim racing PC in your trading stations, which for other games. That's what I like. I like having a separate gaming station because I don't like to sit here and have work in front of my face while I'm gaming. I like totally immerse. So my other gaming station is like one giant monitor and then a side monitor. So like I'm playing Crimson Desert, I can play the game and I got the map to the left, you know, it makes it easy. But completely detached from work, I put my headphones in, disappear. 96 gigs of RAM. I'm set for a while. I can also sell that RAM and buy the Ferrari, you know what I'm saying? That's like the world's most expensive RAM, I tell you. These days. All right. First giveaway, as we always do every morning. Lead Chart Funding is our first account giveaway we're going to do. So make sure you guys hop into that. Type ETF in chat. We're doing a 10K account giveaway. So today we got ETF. Let me look up. My Fund of Futures and Lucid. Right now, a bunch of deals going on right now. 90% off of their static account, which is their best account they have, by the way. It's one of the best statics in the business. Everything else they have is pretty mid-tier, but their static is really good. It's one of the best you can do. Statics are easier to pass, so that's good. My Fund of Futures has got a deal going on right now. $49 intro offer for new users for the Flex plan, which is one of the best plans out there. It's down from 85 bucks, which is like 60% off, maybe something like that. I can't do the math there. They're not 60% off, like 30% off, 35% off, whatever it ended up being. Still 50% off the pro accounts for the first time users at My Fund of Futures. Pro account's my favorite prop account in all of prop accounts, so that one's good. TPT is also really good. They got a 40% off going on there. And then Tradeify's got a 40% off going on there. So today, guys. Oh, and Lucid also, I think, is also 40% off. Yeah, so everything's 40. 40, 40, 40, 40. Using code Rocket Scooter helps support the prop score effort. Like, obviously, whenever prop score gets rolling, we're going to have a code with every prop firm in town, you guys. As long as you support the prop score, you know, if you're using anybody's code, all you're doing is just tipping your favorite streamer or whatever. So if you're using our code, it does support the prop score effort, keeps it free for you guys, and pays the employee salaries and stuff. It's a huge, huge team of people that run this thing. And so we really appreciate you guys. If you do use prop firms, you know, and you either want to buy your favorite influencer their next car, or you want to buy something yourself that you can use with the money, we're taking the affiliate money and putting it to good use by building you guys the auditing firm to go with your prop firm choosings. That would be nice. So thank you guys for your continual support of the community. Code Rocket Scooter for all the ones at the top, or Code Rocket. When Prop Score launches, Code Score will work everywhere in every of the 52 prop firms that we found for futures. So we have an affiliate code with everybody. Currently, right now, you can use Score with just about everybody except for these partners up there. So if you guys are using ones that aren't listed here, Alpha, Funded Seat, Lilu, you name it, Perdia, Score works everywhere right now. Current offers will be on the Prop Score site when we're done. Is there a stop on the TP on the active trade? TP is to go below 206 and just hold for the day. My stop is going to be right above 360, like I said earlier. What happened to that song? Oh, weird. Just cut. All right, guys. Type in ETF, friends. And don't forget, smash the like button. We do more giveaways for the more likes that we have. 643, you get those likes up. We'll do some more stuff. 650 is a My Funded Future. Get up to 900 likes. I'll give away 3 Tradeify straight to funded accounts. You post your PC build in the off topic. Ooh, I'd like to see that. Let me see your PC build. Let me see. Let me be the judge of this. I am sort of an expert. I'm just kidding. I like it, bro. And let me tell you something. You know what the inside of this gives me? Like alien vibes. You know what I mean? Like the tubes, the pipes, the purple, the yellow. It reminds me of like Alien the movie. It's sick looking. I like it. You know what I'm saying? That's cool. The color scheme is cool. I dig it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of like you're walking through the utility area of like of a spaceship or something, right? That's cool looking. I dig it. Very almost cyberpunky as well with the purple and gold themes. I like the color scheme, is pretty dope. Very cyberpunk. I like it. Well done, sir. You get my seal of approval. I think it's a cool build. Are you running? So you have the Corsair all-in-one cooler. You even have RAM. I used to have a RAM fan cooler on there. Are you overclocking your RAM? And what sticks do you have under here? And this is a... What card do you have? I'm looking at the form factor here. Are you running a 30? Is that like a 30 or 4070? It's like a 4070. What card are you running? Is it 3070 Ti? Okay, yeah, it looks like a 70. I was gonna say 3070 Ti. Very nice, very nice. I usually can tell by looking at it what the... Got 32 big Corsair Vengeance. Very nice, very nice. $37. Oh wait, you guys can't post pictures of the gaming channel? What? Okay, let me change that really quick for you guys. Huh. Allow people to attach files. Okay. But look, under the last warning, so you gotta stop posting feet pics in there unless you tag me first. All right, let's go. Ready? ETF. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Type it in. You're still running dual 580s? Back in like, man, I miss the old Sly days. I miss the days of fighting with your graphics card and SLI, trying to be compatible with whatever game you're playing. Those are the good days. My last SLI config were 2080 Ti's. And I had those things running for a while. And in the 470 era. So a long time ago, the most I ever had was 3 graphics cards. I ran 3 470s and 3-way SLI. Probably in 2012. Just to be overkill, to be stupid. That was nuts at the time. Nvidia sold off the top a little bit. There is no selling pressure here now. All right, 10, 9, 8. I might lose this trade today. 7, 6. Is this account funded? The giveaway account is an eval account. Today's giveaways are sponsored by our partners, ETF, Lucid, My Fund of Futures. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. First giveaway account is going to be chat. Let's get it. ETF. Their statics are pretty cool. If you guys, like I said, if you're trading props and you're having a hard time passing like standard prop accounts, whatever it is you trade, statics usually sort of like, statics are the easiest of the accounts to pass because the drawdown doesn't trail with you. It doesn't move. So a lot of people, CMO show. A lot of people that are trading like your take profits or even your apexes or whatever top steps, and you're struggling getting a payout because at the end of the day trailing drawdown or even the trailing drawdown is hard. Static account is an account that wherever you start, your static balance doesn't move. So they're usually slightly more expensive, but you don't have a drawdown that moves with you, so you're not punished for winning the wrong way. The trailing drawdown, you get punished if you're in a trade and you take some drawdown even though you're winning. So statics kind of like alleviate the burn a little bit of how much you spend on accounts. You pay a little bit more to have it to be easier. For some people, that might be the game changer. Two really good statics out there, ETF and Phidias, are two of the better statics. They're not offered by everybody because it's kind of like an easy account to pass, so people don't usually take the risk with them. Most of the big prop firms are going to use trailing or end of the day drawdowns because you're gonna fail a lot more. But really statics, you want to grab them when they're like 80% off, 90% off. That's kind of what makes them valuable. They have a sale to kind of pull you into it. Then it becomes, you know, a viable option because then they become cheap. All right. A couple minutes, we'll do another giveaway in a second. Let me focus on the charts here. One little tiny green candle came out. Now, we rotated down on NVIDIA. It looks like something else has been moving. Microsoft took a leg up here. That's what's moving. NVIDIA pulled back. Microsoft moved up. So a little bit of movement there. And I think Amazon's starting to move as well. Yep. So NVIDIA relaxed off of its, after it filled its gap a little bit. So NVIDIA gap filled, overshot, now returning back to that same level. Again, there's a high probability. Most stocks, it's rare to break through monthly hedge pressure to keep going. So fairly often do stocks return to their starting area. If they get squeezed on a news event or something, at some point they rebalance back to where that sort of landscape was, unless there's just true demand for it and the landscape has changed, which is kind of what we have to see. Like if we close above MHP today, then we could be shifting this dynamic around. But man, I hate the idea that we're flipping to a bull market, and this gives me no confidence in my normal ability to predict things kind of more often than I don't predict them. I tend to get things right most of the time. I'm still wrong a lot, but like I said, if this doesn't reset, I'm going to be very confused. Last 3 or 4 days, I get it. You know, fighting, there's still buyers here and the market's fighting. But I still believe this is an exhaustion move. I don't think this is like an April of last year sort of thing where the market's at the bottom, we're going to V back up to the top. I think a lot of people are betting on that, but I tend to say that I'm watching the data roll through and it just feels different to me this time. If I'm right, I'm right big, which is cool. If I'm wrong slightly small. I invalidate pretty close to here. So today's more of a fundamental trade. If you guys are like wanting to watch me scalp or do some like amazing sort of day trades, this is not the day for it. When news happens, you got to kind of abandon a lot of your technicals and just sort of zoom out and find your fundamental grounding. So that's all I did today. Was I had a medium position here, I held through it, then I built a cost basis higher here. Now I'm betting for the real trade. Rather than just taking a stop and then hitting it a second time, my position was small enough to hold through it. I'm just taking a little bit of heat, but should be pretty okay. If everything works out, should be all right. My favorite part's when they tell me what to do, though. I don't like how you're trading, Mr. Sir. I don't like it. Okay. I wouldn't expect anybody to like it. Except for you guys. I'll love it. We've been crushing it. Why is everybody typing MFF? Moof. Why are y'all typing MFF? I have no idea. Why are y'all doing it? What's the reason for that? I hear from a little birdie, if you type MFF in chat, you get entered into a contest for a giveaway of a MyFunded Futures account. My glasses are dirty, bro. I know they're dirty. They're not dirty. They're more scratched than anything. I get a new pair pretty soon. I've got an eye doctor appointment on Friday, okay? Pickle chewed up my last pair of glasses, by the way. I blame my doc for it. I don't know why. Every time I tell her, I try to make her feel bad for it, just to jokingly feel bad. I'm like, your dog ate up my glasses. She's like, he's our dog. We actually left to go do something, and then I left section my file. I left my glasses on the freaking table, and he has like this separation anxiety. So anytime we leave him anywhere, he finds something of ours and rips it up. Like, I think in dog psychology, he believes like it's like very voodoo like if you destroy something, will come back. It's like he's casting a spell. He's like, let me just find this one thing that's not mine and rip it to pieces, and if I do, they'll come home. Is iDoc my iDoc? Now, her best friend from college is my iDoc, though. What color is my Bugatti? Don't have Bugatti. If I was gonna Bugatti, I get one of those like dark, like blood-colored red ones. Like if I was gonna Bugatti, it would be this one right there. Exactly this one right here. That color and everything. That would be it. That's a car where the red is unmatched, man. You got to get a red one. Black is cool too, but I've had so many black cars in my life. Yeah, I hate these news days, you guys. Don't worry, you'll see some better technical based trading on days where we're not just shifting around from stupid news left and right. Video pulling back to 88.5. We'll see what happens here. Let's see if the VIX is picking up. Like I said, I'm looking at all kind of clues right now. Cars are the worst financial move. They really are. JB says, people telling you how to trade. Oh, yeah. Did you buy classic cars? Some cars are investments, not all of them are. Show cars are investments. There's certain hyper cars are investments. But yeah, you're right. People buy, like, why do people buy cars? It's a waste of money because they got money to waste. That's it. That's exactly why. You start to run out of things to buy, and then it's exciting to get something new, and then you just buy something new. You have a 79 Trans Am. Oh, nice. What color is it? Is it Pontiac, that Firebird red or what? I used to have a car that was that red. And I had a Grand Prix that was that sexy red color. Or is it orange? I've seen orange ones too that were really nice. Hell yeah, Smoking the Bandit. I mean, I've even seen like tan ones that were really nice. 73 Porsche Carrera RS, very nice. It's black with reddish maroon gray bird on the hood. Ooh, very nice. Can't go wrong with black cars. Almost all my cars have been black or white for the most part, or gray. This Ferrari will be the first colored car that I bought since the red one. Holy crap. When I was in college, I had a red Grand Prix. In 1999 was the year. Ever since then, all my cars have been gray, white, black, white. Gray, white, and black, and white, and black, and black, and white, and then gray. The Panamera's white. The S5 was black. My G35 out of college was gray. Maserati was gray. The Aston's black. Blackish. Now I'm getting a mint green car next for that one over there. The plan to reduce. I have. What I'm doing is I'm doing a technique called rolling. So I had a 20 contract position here. We moved up here. I've shorted, covered, shorted, covered, shorted. Actually, I didn't short right there. So basically, I've walked my cost bases up significantly with a slightly larger position. I don't want to go any heavier than this. I had 20 here. Now I want 30 from here. Resilience is not pulling back, by the way, which kind of sucks. Oh, we'll see what happens. Let's see if I was right. Just right from the wrong place. All right, type in MFF, guys. We'll do one more My Fun and Features giveaway. And one more giveaway after this. We get that up to 950. What did I say? 900. Trade a price straight to fund it. 900. Oh, you guys got... Y'all are 180 away from that. I don't know if we're going to get there. Why funded futures? Type it in, my friends. Trust me when I say tomorrow will be a whole different day, and hopefully tomorrow's trading will be more straightforward. Imagine if you can learn to long. Oh, I could teach you how to long. Oh, that's my bread and butter right there. Shorting news pops is definitely a chore, especially when the stocks are moving with it. What I thought would have been crazy bullshit news sparked and triggered an Nvidia rally, and then a Microsoft move, and then it was a little more powerful than I thought it was going to be. Now, with resilience being positive, I might not get much push below here. So here's the one thing I'll tell you about. The resilience numbers being positive here, it does mean that this whole white box is now support. When monthly res is positive, that's also going to be support. So I mean, like, I don't think we're going to get the sell-off today that I want. Best case scenario is there's some kind of like push to here maybe, and I get a second chance at getting out of this, unless conditions change, which I'm looking to see if they are, and they don't look like they are. Unfortunately, all right, guys. Credit cycle is forcing risk exposure because of real rates. We melt up first. Yep, I agree. We've melted up. Like, I think like we've melted up too far. Yes, we've melted up. I think we melted up too far. We melted up too far. We haven't even tested the war news up. You know what I'm saying? That sort of uptrend that we took a couple days back, or a little bit over a week back, I guess. Was it Wednesday? No, it was Tuesday. That's right. No, it was Wednesday. We haven't retested any of that to confirm that sort of uptrend, so we'll see. Nvidia is testing lows for a third time for a third leg down. Interesting. So Nvidia looks like the S&P, except it's pulling back just a little bit. So 1, 2, 3. So Nvidia might interact with half gap in a little bit. That's good for my trade. I think that's what I'm going to do right around 300. Yeah, Alex, I think that's what I'm going to do. How did I catch the little longs and shorts at the top of structure? I shorted more, covered more, shorted more, covered more, shorted more, covered more, just to walk my cost basis higher. Through here. And I put my cost basis at 316, close at 31. I've been basically like adding like 8 and then closing 8, 8 and closing 8, 8 and closing 8, like 6 to 8. Tiger Woods joke, that's funny. What's my confirmation? Gap fills. The longer term gap fill, like the market gap down and then fill its gap, and then it's going to continue to trade down. The confirmation was whatever we started off being below MHP and below yellow line was a sell-off pressure. And the news popped us up, and that the news, once it declines out, works its way back down. That was all the bet. Like, the news wasn't game-changing news. That's why I still hold on. And I tend to do that sometimes when I don't believe that the news is really changing the market. I gave you all my speech this morning, right? That I think that the market's very bearish still, and that these highs, like when the market retraced 3 or 4 days, I didn't continue to short. Once we got the big up after that exhaustion, yep, we found a peace deal, probably, maybe, who knows, we'll meet to have a meeting. That moment in time is when I decided, aha, good news is going to rally this further. This went higher than I thought it was going to go, and it went up in a single day. I was like, there's no way this is going to sustain. We got to bleed this out sometime by this week. So Thursday I took a short, Friday I took a short, today I'm shorting every high we can get because I'm betting that the market turns back down. And very rarely do you guys see me do this. Now, y'all have known me for many years, and most people will say I've never seen Matt try to short so much. We haven't really seen much of a bear market sort of Matt before. Okay, we're gonna spin the wheel in a minute. I couldn't have been a boy band if I tried, but those are the best moves I got. They never really worked for me before. One of these days. One of these days. I dance like you. Excellent. If you and I were ever at the club, we would stand there alone, and no one would pay attention to us, but we'd be having fun. Maybe the girls would find the dorkiness charming. I don't know. Be like, whatever. They just don't know good dance moves. You have to unfriend me. I would too. Yeah, I wouldn't stay friends with me. I dance like that. IE Trader, what's up?
giving shit away. He's giving shit away. Free
Congratulations, IE Trader.
shit away. He's giving shit away. Free accounts, Matt won the prize at the BDH. Now he's
True, I won the BDH tournament and I gave the $10,000 away to you guys. All right. This song is like straight up like BTS, like Korean boy band sound. Whoever wrote this one is hilarious. I love it. Did I see all the latest news about your favorite Aspen ski bump? No, I haven't. Bro, like I've been so 24/7 working, man. I'm out of the loop of anything going on right now. Congratulations. All right, one more winner in a little bit. We'll pause the giveaway for a second. Nvidia has pulled back to retrace half of its move up. So this could be a support target for here. Just no technical retrace. Nvidia went up. Here's where that sort of first support was, and it's pulling back to there. Keep an eye out. If it holds 187, keeps going, then we keep going. For some reason, this just dumps. Like, you lose this, it's going to move pretty quick. So all eyes on 187.84. That's the sort of just the midpoint from the move up. So this is where it could support. Okay. Wait, he's not here? Who? What? What? Hold on, my guy's messaging me here. Hold up. No, we're not MFF anymore. We got one more. It's Lucid. Hold on. Hold on, guys. It's Lucid. We're not doing it yet, though. Wait. You gotta stop typing for the moment. I'm not even paying attention. My bad, guys. Y'all gotta stop for a minute. Oh, I have some boot camps to give away too. Hold on, my first one's gonna be a boot camp. Oh my God, Sir Darb, so $99 in the chat, bro. All right, super chats today. Let me read some of them because I had some fan funding come through. First of all, I am Rich Trader, tossing in $20 for boot camp. Oh my God, so let me explain the boot camp, guys. Boot camp is our 20-day day trading program that is by far one of the things that put us on the map. I teach a massive day trading boot camp. It's 20 days to pass it. And it's only $1 a day. Like, I think that traders that sell trading courses are baloney and full of shit. So we decided to make one, and I don't make a dollar off of it because the money goes into paying the salaries of the people that work here. So I teach for free for the most part. It only costs you guys $1 a class, at least free for me. I don't make anything from it. It's become one of the biggest things we do. And people here have been so wonderful in donating boot camp seats to each other. So thank you, Rich Trader. Appreciate that. Sir Darb coming in, gets back from your party. How did the party go, Mr. 20 years? Hopefully it came with you putting in your 2 weeks. Just kidding. But seriously though, we need to snag Mr. Sir Darb over here to work for us full time. Hopefully it was a kick-ass time for you, sir. So toss in $100 and Rich put in 120. I'll donate that. I'll match that 3 to 1. So I'll donate 360 for 480 for a massive total of 24 boot camps. I'll throw $360. I'll donate myself 24 boot camps. What? Seriously though, do you even trade, bro? That's what I wanted to know. They threw you a party even though they know that you don't trade. That's crazy. Did you tell them that you don't even trade, bro? They still threw you a party? Hold on, my guy's talking to me for the car. Hold it. Okay, we're gonna do boot camps first, guys. We're gonna run out of time if you don't listen up. Well, okay, we'll spin Lucid first, and then we'll do boot camps after this. Thank you guys for the donations. Boot camp has been such a crazy phenomenon. The very first boot camp that we taught, oh, there we go. Let me see. Let's trim that down to 29. So the first boot camp that I taught, the very next time, you know, somebody was like saying, I'd love to take the boot camp, I just can't afford it right now. And somebody's like, bro, it's only $20. He's like, yeah, but money's tight. Then they were like, but bro, why are you trading then? You know, it's anyways. And they were like, look, let me buy it for you. And somebody's like, let me buy it for somebody. And they donated $20 to stream and bought it for somebody. Like, it's that good, you need to take it. It'll really help you. Somebody bought it. And then later on, like the next day, someone said the same thing. Like, yeah, I'd like to do it, but I don't know. And someone was like, well, let me buy it for you too. And it started this tradition here where people are buying the boot camp for the next person in line. It's become a crazy thing. And that very second boot camp, like 10 people got to go for free, which is crazy. And then the third boot camp went by and fourth boot camp. And now we're going to be doing boot camp 14, I believe. The last time we did a boot camp, I think like 1,300 people got to go for free. That's how big it's gotten. So people come through and after they take it, they buy it for the next person in line. It's just this tradition here, and we didn't start it. You guys started it, which is crazy. And I always say it makes me feel so flattered as a chef. Oh my God. And David throwing in $20. I love it, man. I love you guys. And every time someone donates, I'll donate 3 times the amount. So I'll throw in $60. I'll match your 20 to 60. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. So now we're gonna do 28 giveaways. So what I am doing is matching people's donation. So I'm like, I'd love to pay for it too. Now you might think Matt's just paying himself. Brad made that joke yesterday. I'm not the sole owner of Rocket Scooter, number one, and we have employees and overhead, and I got to pay tax on that money. So essentially, when I donate to the company, I'm paying everybody else, and whatever comes back my way from my share gets taxed on. So I'm actually cutting a big chunk of that does go to everybody. So just FYI. Looks like we got some green candleage there. Let me see what's going on with this. Hold on. We're trying to be a little crazy on this again. Star for any kind of bullish positive news. Let's see. Are we getting Trump said something, who knows what? It's so stupid when the market does this crap. It's absolute BS. All right. All right, good. I added to it at that pop. Hold on. Fuck is this? What is this crap? To be able to just like donate, and like I said, the one thing that flatters me so much is that, you know, I always like to say, like, if you're a chef and you have a restaurant and you know, you're outside and you happen to witness somebody leaving their restaurant, they're having such a good time that the next person pulls up in the valet, somebody walks up to them that just left, is like, hey, I know you're just showing up here, but I'd like to buy your dinner for you. It's that good. Some stranger, right? And like, as a chef, you would be the most like flattered ever to know that people liked your food so much they bought it for the next stranger in line. So I found that to be like the most flattering things of anything we've ever built here. Rocket Scooter, Rocket Place, all the stuff. The fact that you guys do this like boot camp giveaway thing, it's kind of cool. It's very like, it means a lot. So you guys are awesome for donating for it. So you guys, it's a 20-day class. Videos are pre-recorded. You can already start and watch them today if you want to and catch up. It goes through everything from start to finish. You have to know nothing about day trading to get started. We teach you how to find pivots, how to predict volume, how to find market direction, basically trend finding strategies. We teach you position and risk management, market avoidance, like how to sit out when you need to. All that stuff. What if the next guy's meal is more expensive? This is true. He's like, thanks, you're offering to buy me a dinner? Okay, I'll get the seafood platter, the steak, what was this? 11 o'clock? Yeah, nothing on the calendar, nothing. Let me double check something. What do we got this week, by the way? Why is this really big? Just like a rescue can, I'll keep things going. You sound like Baby Bill and Roxy comment. And I make nothing zero. By the time I pay all my scientists, all the people in my lab, developers, lab rats, it's a wash. Exactly. Exactly. We believe trading education should be the least expensive part of your journey. I think that people try to monetize, education heavily so they can cover their lifestyle, and they overcharge for what they teach you. I think that the price of a book makes a lot of sense. So 20 days, 20 videos. We got the whole process. Teach you how to adjust your position based on volatility, cost-based management, like as you see me doing right now, balancing my position, trying to get my cost basis higher. Teach you like strategies and techniques based on that. And the lives start in May. So the live is usually once every 2 months, maybe every 3 months now. Probably gonna do it like once a quarter. I'll redo the classes live, and that's invaluable if you want to do it. The video is good enough, but the live is like me there and answering questions and stuff too. The hell was that candle pop for? You got 52, 66, 15 points. Not that big of a candle pop. I just wondered what's doing that. It's not like we got a big stock bump. I don't know. No clue. Like the algos, like somebody just turned on the buy program algos. Okay. We give away 28 boot camps. All right, guys. I'm gonna spin the wheel for Lucid first. Or are my orders on my screen? They're right here. This is a separate program. I don't trade in this. That's just for charting. I trade in this one. To the right. If you're saying like, why are my trades not showing up on the charts? Because it's a different program. Like TradingView. I'm not trading inside of this app. I'm trading in this one. What on earth? Man. Shubham Sahu, I'm still trying to figure out, was there any kind of news or something? I don't see anything. You asked Iran, oh, there it is, to freeze uranium enrichment for 20 years during talks over the weekend. It's crazy that that's market moving news, like what they're asking each other for. It's not like saying Iran and the United States agreed to this. But like I said, to get to rally against the horrible fundamentals that we do have, the market itself needs any kind of bull catalyst that we can, like any hope that we can get, I think is where that inspiration is coming from. All right, one more thing. Bootcamp, guys. We give away 28 free boot camps. Appreciate you guys' donations. Thank you all for that. Type in boot camp. Boot camp. Also, the presidential economic report showing a projected lift in GDP of 4.9%. Wait, where was that? The heck is that? Where are you seeing this at? Oh, here it is right here. Eco report. Are you sure? What time is that? I totally overlooked that. What time is this candle at? 11:06. Oh, you are right. I'm off. The White House 2026 economic report. OBBBA tax plan seen lifting GDP up 4.9%. Okay, so a tax plan that can boost the GDP. Aha. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How did I not see that? I guess I see the word, my brain's just like automatically looking for Iran. Is that nothing to do with their uranium and enrichment? Actually, this is a pretty decent. Let me read up more on this. Expected to reduce federal revenue by 5.2 trillion over a decade by doing like huge tax cuts, I guess. It's the only way to increase federal revenue. That will increase long-run GDP by 0.7% to 1.2%. Contrary to administration estimates of 4.9% boost. So I'm reading this right now. Independent. This is from last year, though. The OBBA, that was the big, beautiful, whatever, Big Booty Act. Oh, it's got the Big Booty Bill. It doesn't make any sense. That's old news. It's not anything new. I mean, they talked about it, I think, at the economic report, but I mean, like, I'm looking up sources where, like, I'm finding news articles last year about the same thing. They're just I think they're just quoting the Big Booty Act. That makes, am I wrong? Like, I found an old article. I think they're just quoting in the economics report. Hold on. I swear I saw something in here for that. Oh god, this is long. Let me see if I can find something better. Hold on.
The chart was soft. Couldn't get it up. But then I found that magic pill, baby. Yeah. Put it up.
According to AI, it says it's expected to increase long-term GDP from 7% to 1.2%, not 4.9%. This is an old article that I found that said that. I don't know. Is that the market's doing anything it can to pump people on any kind of news that's possibly seen as good. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just like way over this market at this point. And you could tell, like, it's like the moment we break, like, basically hourly lows, it's like, oh, there's news, get us back up. But I think we get the session lows. I think it's not super possible today, but I think that at some point when we're not paying attention, there's gonna be one day where it doesn't look like it's gonna happen, then it just happens. That's why I like keep trying to position for it, but I don't know. All right, guys, let me do the participants list. We'll give away 28 bootcamp classes. Type in bootcamp if you haven't done it before. First timers only. Ten, 9. And a CA estimates that the first 4 years of implementation, Big Booty Act will increase real GDP by 4.6 to 4.9%. Yeah. Which, and it's funny how the percentages are being sort of like played out. So the real GDP, 4.6, that's the real numbers, to 4.9 is not 4.9% growth. It's 3 on 46, which is roughly like less than 1% or about 1% growth, give or take. Per year. For 4 years. So like less than 1 per year. Oh, for 4 years. So it'll be like less than 1 per year. So essentially with GDP growth rate slowing down like this, that would sort of speed it up a little bit. Alrighty, I'm going to draw the names right now. Hold on 1 second here. Draw 28 random names from this list. All right, what is going on here? More candles. All right. All right. MX, PRPG, Daddy Day Trading, Bizarre History, Kevin Trade, 7 Clover, Wrong Trade Gym, Durkey 777, Zero Hero Trading 777, Mara Dunlop, Trading the Odds, Big Stick 2007, Gabe Ortiz, Amsk Futures, Russell's Burner, congratulations Russell, Adam Figueroa, Baidu Beto, Snowy 33, Kim Capital, KDLD Designs, KDL Designs, Sleepy Panda 00, Sam the Man 911, Clerics WQ, Tim Murray 790, Victor Hernandez, 6-Way Side, TT Trading, Taco Cheech, and Black Label 1605. Ooh, Johnny Walker. Congratulations. What's going on now? Talk to the RAN ongoing with the aims of reaching an agreement. Again, like, I think this is just pulling in some liquidity, man. I feel this is the world's biggest trap. Not today, this month. This V-up. Trap. I feel it. I feel it. They don't want people selling this because selling is the right answer. They want to punish you for selling early, which is what's happening to me. All right, let me get those giveaways. All right, so giveaway winners and contest winners today. Let me get your name on the sheet here really quick. Hold on. All right, so what you guys got to do today for me, I am approaching where I'm going to just stop on this and call it a day. Winners, do me a favor, go to my Discord, link in the description below the video. In my Discord, there's a channel called Contest. If you go to the contest channel, talk to an admin named Slacks there. Send him a screenshot of your YouTube ID and we'll hook you up with your free boot camp. If you already won, that's okay. You just don't get the prize. You don't get to take it twice.
Staying ahead of the curve, avoiding defeat. They talk a big game, but their P&L is weak. I'm consistent with gains, hitting my peak. No fear. Nerves made of steel. Every transaction is part of the.
I have this here. I didn't get that off the chart.
I'm the man on top, yeah, the man with the plan. Trading futures for profit across the land. From the old to the gold to the S&P. Nobody does it better, can't you clearly see? I'm rolling the dough, let the big money flow. Oh yeah, I'm the man on top. Watch the numbers grow. The clock ticks loud when the session gets deep. While the competition is busy falling asleep.
Oh, guys, we are running out of time. I have to go to MyFunna TV in just a little bit, but thank you all for tuning in. We've got about 5 more minutes, so if we have to get out of here.
Cause I'm the man on top, you're the man with the plan. Trading futures for profit across the land. From the oil to the gold to the S&P. Nobody does it better, can't you?
I hate the days when no matter what happens, you got the news coming out nowhere, just pushing the market up. Kind of sucks. It really, like, this environment's just been that way. This news driven crap, not my favorite. Get the car. Yeah, we're doing all the stuff today. I keep texting him back and forth about the title. They get all the paperwork together for me. We ran out of time on Friday. Basically here, I'm contemplating just trimming it out at 60. This is my stop. But on that note, I do got to go to MyFunna TV, guys. All right, join me live. I'm switching over to MyFunna TV. I do the lunch hour show there. The mods can get that channel up there for y'all. Appreciate y'all tuning in. We'll be back in an hour. Neon will be live this afternoon. We'd love for you guys to join us here. In the meantime, join me on MyFunna TV. They're posting that link there. I will be live on that link personally. Doing the lunch hour show, then we'll be back here later on in the afternoon. Y'all are the best, man. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being part of our show. We'll be live there for an hour, then we'll be back over here on this channel to finish off the afternoon. Don't forget to catch Sir Darb later on tonight at 7 p.m. as always.